Welcome to the Horror Camping Channel. For a group of friends, this was the dream. A true camping experience. A chance to test their skills and survive a night in the wilderness. They packed their gear, they planned their route. They thought they were ready for anything. But the wilderness doesn't play by our rules. It has its own secrets, its own dangers. And a simple oversight, one small miscalculation, can unravel everything. What started as an adventure quickly became a desperate struggle for survival. Their dream of conquering the wild was a deadly mistake. So, what happened out there in the woods? Let's break it down. My name is Timothy Thorne. To my colleagues at the architectural firm, I am known for my meticulous attention to detail, my preference for straight lines, and my unwavering belief that every problem has a logical, structured solution. I design buildings where form follows function, where every corridor has a purpose, and every exit is clearly marked. For 48 weeks a year, I live in a world of concrete, steel, and glass, a world governed by blueprints and the unyielding laws of physics. But for the other 4, I seek the opposite. I trade the city's rigid geometry for the untamed chaos of nature. I am, by all accounts, an experienced outdoorsman. I've summited peaks in the Rockies and navigated the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest. I carry the best gear. I study topographical maps for weeks before a trip, and I respect the wilderness. I always thought the wilderness respected me back. That was my first mistake. This trip was supposed to be a reward, a simple, cleansing excursion into Yosemite National Park. After landing a major contract that had consumed my life for 6 months, I craved the scent of pine, the granite grandeur of the mountains, and the reassuring murmur of a well-maintained trail. I chose one of the most popular routes, a loop known for its breathtaking vistas and its steady stream of fellow hikers. It was, for all intents and purposes, a safe choice, the wilderness equivalent of a walk in a city park. The first few hours were idyllic. The California sun, warm but not oppressive, filtered through the canopy of towering sequoias, painting shifting patterns of light on the forest floor. The air was crisp and clean, a welcome antidote to the recycled air of my office. I exchanged pleasant greetings with families, with couples holding hands, with solo hikers like myself who nodded in silent, shared appreciation of the day. The trail was wide and clearly defined, a packed, earth artery bustling with the livelihood of tourism. There was a rhythm to it all, the crunch of my boots on the gravel, the distant laughter of a child, the call of a Stellar's jay from a high branch. It was a symphony of predictability, and it was exactly what I needed. I felt my shoulders, tight with the stress of deadlines and client demands, begin to unclench. I was in control. I was on the map. It was shortly after midday when I saw it. To my right, nestled between 2 ancient, moss-covered boulders, was the hint of another path. It wasn't a formal, signposted trail. It was more subtle than that. An invitation written in the language of the forest itself. The ground was slightly more trodden there. The ferns parted just so, as if countless feet had passed that way, but secretly. It branched off from the main trail at a gentle angle, winding away into a section of woods that seemed quieter, darker, and somehow older than its surroundings. A peculiar, silvery light seemed to emanate from just around its first bend, promising a view, a hidden waterfall, a secret meadow. One of those rare, pristine spots that the park brochures never show you. My internal architect, the man who lives by plans and certainties, raised a flag of caution. This is not on the map, Timothy. But the part of me that sought the wild, the part that was tired of straight lines, was intrigued. Just a quick detour. I murmured to myself, the words tasting like a small, harmless rebellion. 20 minutes, tops. I'll snap a few pictures of whatever's back there and be back on the main trail before anyone notices I'm gone. The thought of capturing an image that no one else had, of discovering a small piece of Yosemite that was mine alone, was an irresistible lure. I checked my position. I was on a straight, simple stretch of the main trail. Getting lost was, I believed, a statistical impossibility. That was my second mistake. I stepped off the wide, friendly path and onto the narrow, secretive one. The transition was immediate and profound. The sounds of the other hikers vanished, not gradually, but as if a thick, soundproof door had swung shut behind me. The air, once warm and filled with the scent of sun, baked pine, grew cool and damp, heavy with the smell of rich, dark earth and decaying leaves. The trees here were different. Gnarled, twisted oaks and unfamiliar species whose bark was as dark as charcoal. They grew closer together, their branches interlocking overhead to form a dense, gloomy ceiling that the sun could not penetrate. The silvery light I had seen was gone, replaced by a perpetual twilight. Still, the path itself remained clear, a distinct ribbon of dark soil winding ever deeper into the woods. I walked for 10 minutes, my senses on high alert. The silence was absolute, unnerving. There were no birds, no squirrels, no buzzing insects. The only sound was the soft tread of my own boots, and even that seemed muffled by the oppressive quiet. I checked my watch. 20 minutes. The quick detour was stretching on. There was no scenic overlook, no waterfall, just the endless, winding path. A knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. The logical part of my brain was now screaming. Turn back. Okay? That's enough, I said aloud, my voice sounding small and thin in the immense silence. I stopped and turned, expecting to see the path stretching back the way I came, expecting to catch a glimpse of the bright, sunlit main trail through the trees. But there was nothing. The path behind me was gone. It hadn't just become overgrown or faint. It had vanished completely, as if the forest floor had been seamlessly rewoven behind me, leaving no trace of my passage. Where a clear trail had been just a second before, there was now an impenetrable wall of tangled thorns, thick undergrowth, and fallen logs. A barrier so dense and hostile it looked as if it had stood undisturbed for a century. I stared, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. I took a step back, then another, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. This wasn't possible. Paths don't just disappear. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my initial disbelief. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy and slick with a sudden sweat. The screen lit up, a small beacon of modernity in this ancient, impossible place. No GNL? Of course. I dug out my compass, the reliable, old-fashioned tool that had never failed me. I held it flat in my palm, waiting for the needle to settle, to point me north, to give me some bearing in a world that had suddenly tilted off its axis. The needle quivered, then began to spin, slowly at first, then faster and faster, a lazy, drunken pirouette with no intention of ever stopping. A wave of primal fear, the likes of which I had never known, washed over me. I was not just lost. I was being played with. This place, this forest, was actively working against me. I turned away from the mocking, spinning needle and faced the impassable wall of trees where the path should have been. I would force my way through. I was Timothy Thorne. I solved problems. I would create my own path. I charged forward, pushing against the thicket. But it was like throwing myself against a solid wall. Thorns as sharp as needles tore at my clothes and skin. Branches, thick as my arm, seemed to shift and lock together, blocking my every move. The forest wasn't just a collection of trees. It felt like a single, malevolent organism. And I was an unwelcome virus it was determined to expel, but not by letting me leave. Exhausted, bleeding from a dozen small cuts, I stumbled back. I looked in the other direction, deeper into the woods where the path had been leading me. It was still there. Clear, open, and unobstructed. It continued its serpentine journey into the gloom. It was a silent, undeniable invitation. It was the only way forward. The choice was not a choice at all. This place didn't want me to leave. It wanted me to go deeper. And with the last vestiges of my rational mind, screaming in protest, I took a step, and then another, following the path that had stolen me from the world. The act of placing one foot in front of the other became my entire world. The decision, though forced upon me, had been made. I would follow the path. My training as a hiker, the ingrained discipline to conserve energy and assess the situation, battled fiercely with the raw, animal terror that threatened to consume me. I forced the panic down, compartmentalizing it into a cold, hard lump in my gut. Survival, I told myself, is a series of logical steps. Find water. Find shelter. Find a way out. But the compass in my pack was a useless spinning toy, and the map was a work of fiction. The only truth left was the path. I walked for what felt like hours. The perpetual twilight never wavered. There was no sunrise, no sunset. Just a constant, unchanging gloom that made it impossible to gauge the passage of time. My watch became my only anchor to reality. Its digital display a stark, clinical counterpoint to the organic madness surrounding me. Every hour, I would allow myself a small sip of water and a single energy bar, rationing my dwindling supplies with the meticulous care of an architect planning a budget. The forest remained unnervingly silent, a vacuum devoid of the natural sounds of life. The silence pressed in on me, so heavy it felt like a physical weight on my shoulders. My mind, desperate for a problem to solve, began to analyze my surroundings. The architect in me couldn't help it. I started noticing things, details that were fundamentally wrong. The trees, which I had initially dismissed as merely gnarled, began to reveal their true, impossible nature. Some grew in perfect, 90-degree angles from the ground before shooting straight up. Others twisted into helices so flawless they looked machined, not grown. The geometry of the forest was a perversion of nature, a landscape designed by a mad god who understood the rules of physics only well enough to break them in the most unsettling ways possible. The rocks, too, were unnatural. I saw boulders with perfectly flat faces and razor-sharp edges, as if they had been cut and polished. I ran my hand over one. It was smooth as glass, yet cold, with a chill that seemed to emanate from deep within the stone. In a futile attempt to reclaim some sense of control, I tried to mark my trail. I used my knife to carve a deep X into the dark bark of a spiral-shaped oak. I walked 50 paces and looked back. The X was gone. Not healed over, but simply absent. The bark as smooth and undisturbed as if my knife had never touched it. I tried again, this time tying a bright red strip of fabric from my first aid kit to a low, hanging branch. When I turned back, The fabric was gone. The path would not allow itself to be mapped. The forest would not allow me to leave a trace. I was a ghost here, and it was actively erasing any proof of my fleeting existence. Exhaustion eventually became a more immediate threat than fear. When my watch told me 10 hours had passed, I knew I had to rest. I found a small alcove formed by the roots of a colossal, angular tree. I ate another energy bar, drank sparingly, and huddled into my jacket, my back pressed against the cold, unyielding wood. Sleep did not come easily. Every rustle of leaves, every imagined shadow, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I felt watched. The feeling was so intense, so palpable, that it was like 1,000 unseen eyes were fixed upon me from the impenetrable darkness between the trees. This wasn't just a place that was geographically anomalous. It was a place that was aware. It was intelligent, and its intelligence was ancient, alien, and utterly hostile. When I awoke, it was to the same dim light, the same suffocating silence. My body ached with a profound weariness that went beyond physical exertion. It was the exhaustion of the soul. I checked my watch. I had slept for nearly 6 hours. I forced myself to my feet, the logical part of my brain calculating my remaining resources. At this rate, my food would last another 2 days, maybe 3 if I was careful. My water, less than that. The thought of dying of thirst here, in this cold, damp prison, was a new and specific horror. I continued on the path, my only guide. It never forked, never wavered. It was a single, determined line pulling me deeper into the heart of this impossible wilderness. The landscape grew stranger still. I passed through a grove of trees whose leaves were a deep, metallic blue, and they chimed faintly when the air stirred, a sound like tiny, discordant bells. Later, the ground beneath my feet changed from dark soil to a soft, springy moss that glowed with a faint, phosphorescent light, illuminating my steps in the gloom. It was during what my watch proclaimed to be the afternoon of the second day that I found something. Half buried in the glowing moss beside the trail was a small metallic object. I knelt and dug it out with my fingers. It was a compass. It was an old model brass, with a glass face cracked and yellowed with age. It was heavier than my own, a relic from a different era of hiking. I flipped it open. The needle wasn't spinning. It had been snapped clean off at its base. All that remained was a jagged stump of metal. I stared at the broken instrument, a wave of code washing over me. This was a message. It was a piece of a story. The story of someone else who had walked this path. Someone else who had trusted in logic, in tools, in the predictable nature of the world, only to find themselves here. They had been trapped just as I was. What happened to them? Did they starve? Did they go mad? Or did the path lead them to something worse? I pocketed the broken compass. It felt like a memento mori, a reminder of my own mortality in a place where the rules of life and death felt terrifyingly fluid. My own mind began to feel like an unreliable tool. The architect's structured thinking, my greatest asset, was becoming a liability. I found myself trying to impose order on the chaos, to find patterns in the placement of the impossible trees, to calculate the radius of the path's curves. But the forest defied my logic at every turn. It was a constant, maddening assault on my sanity. The world I knew was built on axioms, on foundational truths. Here, there were no foundations. It was like trying to build a skyscraper on quicksand. By the third day, I was running on fumes. My hope, once a small, flickering candle, had been all but extinguished. I was a machine functioning on the last dregs of its power.
Walk, drink, walk.
Eat, walk. The path became my master, and I its unthinking slave. Then the landscape began to change again. The glowing moss faded, and the ground became hard and smooth under my boots. The trees, those twisted monstrosities of wood and bark, grew sparse, their ranks thinning until they disappeared entirely. I stopped, blinking in the unchanging twilight. I had emerged from the forest. But this was no meadow, no clearing that promised a return to the natural world. Before me lay a sight that shattered the last remnants of my sanity. The path, no longer dirt or moss, had become a causeway of polished black stone, perfectly flat and impossibly straight, about 10 feet wide. It stretched out before me, cutting a stark line across a vast, silent expanse of water. The water was as black and still as obsidian glass, reflecting nothing of the gray, featureless sky above. There were no stars, no moon, no sun, just an empty, oppressive void. The causeway extended into the distance, further than I could see, a single, unwavering road across an infinite dead sea. And there, far in the distance, so far away it was little more than a pinprick, a single, solitary light pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm. A destination. The path was leading me somewhere. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I had no choice but to see where it ended. There was no transition from forest to shore. One moment my boots were on the hard, packed ground between the last of the skeletal trees. The next, they were on the polished black stone of the causeway. The air changed instantly, losing the last hint of earthy dampness and becoming utterly sterile, cold, and thin. It felt ancient, like air that had been trapped in a vacuum for millennia. Before me, the causeway sliced a perfect, unwavering line across the Dead Sea, aimed directly at the single, pulsing light in the far distance. There was no choice. There never had been. The path demanded to be walked. I took the first step onto the causeway, and the silence deepened into something absolute. In the forest, the quiet had been oppressive, the sound of life being smothered. Here it was the native silence of the void, a silence that had never been broken. The only sounds were the ones I brought with me, the scuff of my worn out boots on the impossibly smooth stone, the ragged, shallow gasps of my own breathing, and the frantic, terrified drumming of my heart. The black water on either side was a perfect mirror for the featureless gray sky, creating a disorienting, infinite space above and below. I felt like an insect crawling on a shard of obsidian floating in the middle of nothingness. The light pulsed, a slow, steady, hypnotic rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. It was like a colossal, distant heartbeat, and with every step I took, my own heart seemed to sync with its rhythm until I could no longer tell them apart. Was it my pulse I was hearing, or the pulse of this place? The architect in me, the man who believed in structure and reason, was a screaming ghost in the back of my skull. He tried to calculate the distance, to measure the frequency of the light, to find some pattern, some logic to hold on to. But his voice grew weaker with every step, drowned out by the rhythmic pulse that was becoming the only constant in my universe. My watch, my last anchor to the world I had known, chose that moment to die. The screen flickered, displayed a jumble of digital nonsense, and then went dark. The loss was more profound than I could have imagined. Without the steady march of seconds and minutes, time itself dissolved. Was I walking for hours? For days? There was no way to know. The unchanging twilight, the featureless landscape, the rhythmic light. It all blended into one continuous, eternal moment of walking. My water ran out. I tipped the bottle to my lips, and only a few lukewarm drops trickled onto my swollen tongue. I threw the empty plastic bottle aside and watched it skitter across the black stone until it fell over the edge. It made no splash. It simply vanished into the still, black water without a sound, without a ripple, as if it had never existed. The water, I was beginning to realize, was not water. It was something else entirely. An absence. A liquid form of emptiness. Hunger had long since faded from a sharp pain to a dull, hollow ache in my core. Now, even that was gone, replaced by a strange lightness, a sense of disconnection from my own body. I was a machine running on its last reserves, my legs moving on pure, mechanical instinct. My mind, untethered from time and physical need, began to drift. I saw my office, the neat stacks of blueprints, the cool glow of my computer screen. I saw the faces of my colleagues, heard their laughter in the break room. These images were like scenes from a film about a stranger's life. They had no emotional resonance, no connection to the creature of bone and terror that was now walking this impossible road. As I drew nearer, the source of the light began to take shape. My mind, what was left of it, tried to categorize it. A lighthouse. A tower. It was a building. Of that I was certain, but it was a structure of pure madness. It was an architectural nightmare. A building designed by something that had no concept of up or down, of inside or outside. Walls curved at angles that should have been impossible, flowing into floors that became ceilings. Windows, blacker than the water, opened into what looked like other, darker voids, not into rooms. The entire structure seemed to writhe and shift, its geometry so alien that looking at it for too long made my head spin and my stomach churn. It was a building that actively defied perception. To me, an architect who had dedicated his life to the logic and beauty of form, this was the ultimate blasphemy. This was a place where God had gone insane. Finally, after an eternity of walking, I stood at its base. The black stone of the causeway, seamlessly into the base of the tower, making them one. There was no visible entrance. I stood before a smooth, featureless wall. The pulsing light now an overwhelming presence that throbbed not just in my eyes, but in the very marrow of my bones. I was empty, exhausted, beyond fear. I had reached the end of the path. As if sensing my arrival, a section of the wall before me simply ceased to be. It didn't slide open or swing inward. One moment it was a solid wall. The next it was an open doorway, a perfect rectangle of blinding white light. The light was not warm or welcoming. It was a clinical, analytical light, and in its glare I understood. The forest, the path, this place. It wasn't a trap designed to kill. It was a filtration system, a recruitment process. It sought out minds that could perceive its structure, minds that tried to impose order on its chaos. It lured them in, broke them down, stripped them of their humanity, and brought them here. To its heart. I didn't know what its purpose was. To maintain the impossible geometry. To serve as another brick in its ever-changing walls. Or simply to be a conscious witness to its terrible, lonely existence. It didn't matter. The result was the same. With the last flicker of my former self, I reached into my pocket. My fingers, numb and clumsy, found my phone. The screen flickered to life, the battery icon a single, flashing red sliver. I had seconds. My thumbs moved, typing out a final, desperate warning to a world I could no longer reach, a world that now seemed less real than the monstrous tower before me. I am a ghost in the machine of the forest. Another story, like the ones they tell about this place. Another hiker who just walked away. Don't leave the trail. Ever. I hit send, though I knew there was no signal. It was a final, futile gesture of the man I used to be. The phone screen went black for the last time. I dropped the dead device onto the black stone. It was a useless artifact now, a relic of a life that was over. I looked up into the blinding, silent light. I was no longer Timothy Thorne, architect. I was just the next component, the next piece of the puzzle. My purpose, my entire existence, had been reduced to a single, final action. I took a step forward and walked through the doorway. The light consumed me. The path was complete. My name is Harold Miller, and I have always considered myself a practical man. I believe in cause and effect, in tangible realities and logical solutions. The world, in my view, operates on a set of understandable principles. A car engine fails because a part is worn. A storm brews because of atmospheric pressure. There is always an explanation, a reason that can be found if one simply looks hard enough. It was this steadfast belief in the rational order of things that was shattered, piece by piece, during a 48-hour period that began on a forgotten back road deep in the heart of the Ozarks. I was on a solo trip, a self-prescribed antidote to the relentless noise of city life and a recent, messy divorce. My goal was simple: to drive, to see the country, to feel the reassuring weight of the road beneath the tires of my old but reliable Ford truck. The Ozarks, with their rolling hills and deep, ancient forests, seemed the perfect place to lose myself and, hopefully, find some semblance of peace. I had a map, but I was using it more for suggestion than direction, taking turns onto smaller, less traveled roads, chasing the promise of authentic, untouched scenery. It was on one such road, a serpentine ribbon of cracked asphalt barely wide enough for one vehicle, that my journey came to an abrupt and terrifying halt. The first sign of trouble was a cough from the engine, a metallic, sickly sound that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Then came a shudder that vibrated through the steering wheel and up into my bones. I eased my foot off the gas, hoping to coax the truck along, but it was no use. With a final, sorrowful groan, the engine died. I turned the key. Once, twice, a third time. The only response was a pathetic, clicking sound, followed by a profound and unnerving silence. I stepped out of the cab into a world that seemed to be holding its breath. The air was thick and humid, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Towering oaks and hickories formed a dense canopy overhead, their leaves filtering the afternoon sun into a dim, greenish twilight that clung to the forest floor. There were no birds singing, no insects buzzing. The only sound was the faint, almost imperceptible whisper of the wind through the highest branches. My truck, my last link to the world I knew, looked like a rusted metal carcass abandoned in a lost world. My phone, predictably, had no signal. The map showed the nearest town, a place called Harmony Creek, was at least 30 miles away as the crow flies, but the winding roads would make the journey much longer. Staying with the truck was not an option. Night would fall in a few hours, and the thought of spending it alone in this oppressive silence was a prospect I couldn't bear. There was nothing for it but to walk. I grabbed a bottle of water, locked the truck, a futile gesture of habit in this desolate place, and started down the road in the direction I'd been heading, hoping it would eventually lead to something other than more trees. The first hour of walking was fueled by a nervous energy, a stubborn refusal to accept the severity of my situation. But as the miles stretched on, the asphalt giving way to a gravel track, and then to little more than a dirt path, a cold knot of dread began to tighten in my stomach. The forest pressed in on both sides, the trees standing like silent, watchful sentinels. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I felt exposed, a trespasser in a realm that did not welcome outsiders. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, but the beauty of the sunset was lost on me. It was a clock ticking down the minutes, until I would be plunged into darkness. Just as the last vestiges of hope were beginning to fade, I saw it. At first, it was just a flicker in the distance, a faint gray plume rising against the darkening sky. Smoke. Where there was smoke, there were people. Relief, so potent it was almost dizzying, washed over me, lending new strength to my aching legs. I left the path, pushing my way through tangled bushes and low, hanging branches, my eyes fixed on that wisp of smoke, as if it were a lighthouse beacon in a storm. The terrain sloped downward into a small, hidden valley. As I drew closer, the source of the smoke became clear. It wasn't a single campfire, but a collection of chimneys, each rising from the roof of a small, sturdy-looking cabin. I counted a dozen or so, arranged in a loose semi-circle around a central, grassy clearing. The settlement was neat, almost unnaturally so. The cabins were built of dark, weathered wood, but they were in perfect repair. There were small, well-tended vegetable gardens beside each one, and the paths between them were swept clean. It was an image of rustic peace, a hidden sanctuary untouched by the modern world. I paused at the edge of the woods, suddenly hesitant. After hours of desperate solitude, the prospect of human contact was both a relief and a source of anxiety. I smoothed down my hair and tried to wipe the grime from my face, wanting to make myself look as non-threatening as possible. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the trees and into the village square. My appearance had an immediate and startling effect. Several people, men, women, and a few older children, were scattered throughout the clearing, engaged in various evening chores. A woman was hanging laundry on a line. A man was splitting firewood with a heavy axe. 2 boys were carrying buckets of water from a well. The moment I stepped into the open, all activity ceased. The axe stopped mid-swing. The woman froze with a clothespin in her hand. Every head turned towards me, their movements synchronized and eerily silent. They were clean, their clothes simple but mended. Plain cotton shirts, durable trousers, and long skirts. They looked normal, healthy even. But their eyes, fixed on me from across the clearing, held an unnerving stillness. There was no surprise, no fear, no curiosity in their expressions. They simply watched me, their faces blank, patient canvases. I raised a hand in what I hoped was a friendly gesture and forced a smile. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet valley. My truck broke down up on the road. A real stroke of luck finding you all. Could I trouble you to use a phone? I need to call a tow truck. No one answered. No one moved. The silence that followed my words was absolute. A heavy blanket that smothered the air. It was more profound than the silence of the forest, because this was a human silence. It was a conscious, collective withholding of sound. I stood there, my smile faltering, feeling my skin prickle under their unified, unblinking gaze. It felt like I had walked onto a stage in the middle of a play, where I was the only one who didn't know the lines. Finally, there was movement. The woman who had been hanging laundry walked towards me. She was middle-aged, with strands of gray in her tightly bound hair. She moved with a quiet grace, her feet making no sound on the grassy ground. She held a wooden dipper filled with water. She didn't smile, but there was no hostility in her gaze. She simply extended the dipper towards me. I took it, my hand trembling slightly, and drank. The water was cool and clean, and I realized how parched I was. "Thank you," I murmured, handing it back. She gave a single, almost imperceptible nod and returned to her laundry line, her movements as fluid and silent as before. Then, the man with the axe, a broad-shouldered man with a thick, graying beard, pointed with his chin toward a porch on one of the cabins. On the porch was an empty wooden chair. It was a clear invitation. I walked over, my boots feeling clumsy and loud on the dirt path, and sat down. The chair was solid and well made. From this vantage point, I could see the entire settlement. The people began to move again, resuming their chores with the same silent, focused efficiency. They communicated with each other, I noticed, through a complex and subtle language of hand gestures, slight nods, and brief, meaningful glances. A tilt of the head from one man sent another walking towards a shed. A small flick of the wrist from a woman directed a child to pick up a fallen piece of clothing. It was unnerving, a perfectly orchestrated ballad of silent cooperation. They weren't ignoring me. They had acknowledged my presence, provided me with water and a place to rest, and now they were simply continuing with their lives, absorbing me into their silent world as a passive observer. I sat on the porch, a castaway on an island of profound and terrifying silence, and wondered what kind of place I had stumbled into. As dusk bled into true night, the valley became a world of shadows and muted shapes. Lanterns were lit inside the cabins, casting warm, flickering squares of light onto the central clearing. But no one lit a lantern on the porch where I sat. I was left in the encroaching darkness, a solitary figure watching a silent, pantomimed world. The air grew cooler, and the silence, if possible, deepened. It was no longer just an absence of sound, but a presence in itself, a physical weight that seemed to press down on my chest, making each breath a conscious effort. My mind, accustomed to the constant hum of modern life, scrabbled for something to hold on to, a familiar noise to anchor it, but found nothing. There was only the rhythmic creak of the chair beneath me and the frantic thumping of my own heart. After what felt like an eternity, the woman who had given me water emerged from the cabin I was sitting in front of. She carried a wooden tray. On it was a steaming bowl of stew, a thick slice of dark bread, and another dipper of water. She set it down on a small stool beside my chair without a word. Her movements were economical and precise. She placed the tray, gave me a long, unreadable look, and then retreated back into the warm light of the cabin, closing the door softly behind her. The click of the latch was a shockingly loud report in the vast quiet. I was ravenously hungry. The stew was thick with root vegetables, beans, and chunks of some unidentifiable but tender meat. It was simple, hearty, and surprisingly delicious. But every spoonful was a struggle. I felt like an animal in a zoo, being observed during feeding time. Though no one was directly looking at me from the other cabins, I could feel their awareness of me. I was the anomaly, the loud, strange creature who had blundered into their silent world. My every movement, the scrape of the spoon against the bowl, The sound of my chewing, the gulp as I swallowed water, felt amplified. A series of crude interruptions in their sacred quiet. I tried to eat as silently as possible, but it was a hopeless endeavor. I was a symphony of noise in a world of absolute stillness. When I finished, I placed the empty bowl back on the tray, my stomach full but my nerves screaming. I had to try again. I couldn't just sit here and accept this bizarre, silent hospitality. I stood up and walked to the door of the cabin. I hesitated for a moment, then knocked. The sound echoed unnaturally across the clearing. After a few seconds, the door opened, and the bearded man who had pointed me to the chair stood there, filling the doorway. He held a lantern, the light illuminating his stoic face, carving deep shadows into the lines around his eyes and mouth. "Listen," I began, my voice raspy. "I'm very grateful for the food and the water. Truly, but I really need to find a way to get my truck fixed. Is there a phone? A radio? Any way at all to contact someone outside this valley?" I tried to keep my tone calm and reasonable, the voice of one practical man speaking to another. "I can pay, of course, for the trouble, for using your equipment." He just stared at me. His eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, were like chips of ice. They weren't hostile or angry, they were simply blank, devoid of any discernible emotion. He listened patiently until I was finished, his expression never changing. Then, he slowly shook his head, a single, deliberate side-to-side motion. "No phone." I pressed, a note of desperation creeping into my voice. "But how do you get supplies? What if someone gets sick? There has to be some way to communicate with the outside world." He didn't shake his head this time. He simply continued to look at me, his silence a wall I couldn't breach. It was a terrifyingly effective form of communication. It told me, more clearly than words ever could, that my questions were irrelevant. My world, with its phones and tow trucks and emergencies, did not apply here. The rules were different. He then did something that chilled me to the bone. He raised a hand and pointed a single, steady finger at my mouth. He held the gesture for a long moment, his gaze unwavering. Then he brought the finger to his own lips, in the universal sign for "be quiet." It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. The message was clear: your words are not welcome here. Your noise is a violation. Defeated, I stepped back from the door. The man gave a slow, deliberate nod, as if I had finally understood a fundamental lesson. He then gestured with the lantern toward another cabin, one at the far edge of the clearing that was dark and appeared unoccupied. He pointed to the cabin, then pointed at me, then made a gesture of sleeping, resting his head on his clasped hands. The meaning was unmistakable. "You will sleep there." There was nothing else to do. Arguing would be like shouting at a mountain. I gave a stiff nod of my own and turned, walking across the clearing toward the designated cabin. I could feel their eyes on me from the windows of the other homes. A silent, collective gaze tracking my progress. I felt like a prisoner being led to his cell. The cabin was unlocked. Inside, it was Spartan but immaculately clean. It smelled of pine and old wood. There was a simple wooden cot against one wall, with a neatly folded wool blanket on top, a small table, and a single chair. A bucket of fresh water with a dipper sat in the corner. There were no decorations, no personal touches, nothing to suggest anyone had ever lived here. It was a space designed for pure function, stripped of all identity. I sat on the edge of the cot, the rough wool of the blanket scratching against my hands. The silence inside the cabin was even more profound. than it had been outside. It was a dead, sterile silence that seemed to suck the very air from my lungs. I lay there in the dark for hours, fully clothed, my mind racing. Who were these people? An isolated community that had rejected modern life, like the Amish. But this was different. This wasn't about simplicity. It was about the absolute eradication of sound. I replayed the events of the day, in my head their synchronized movements. Their silent communication, the man's gesture commanding my silence. I realized then that their silence wasn't a choice or a habit. It was a creed, a religion. They were a cult, but one without chants or sermons or rituals that I could see. Their worship, their God, was the silence itself. And I, with my talking and my noisy eating, and my broken-down truck, was a blasphemer. A new, more terrifying thought began to take shape in my mind. Their placid curiosity, the way they watched me, started to feel less like benign interest and more like assessment. They had given me water, food, and shelter. They were keeping me alive. But why? What were they waiting for? The image of a scientist observing a lab rat before an experiment flashed through my mind. I was a foreign object introduced into their perfectly controlled environment, and they were watching to see what would happen. Or perhaps they were waiting for me to acclimate, waiting for me to become like them, waiting for me to fall silent. The thought sent a wave of nausea through me. The idea of losing my voice, of being absorbed into this soundless collective, was a fate worse than death. I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I could not spend another minute in this valley. I had to escape. The decision to run wasn't a product of careful deliberation. It was a primal instinct, a gut-level rejection of the creeping horror that threatened to consume me. Lying on that cot, enveloped by a silence so absolute it felt like a physical entity, I knew that to stay was to surrender. To surrender my voice, my thoughts, my very self to the placid, patient void that this community worshipped. The image of their blank, watching eyes was burned into my mind. They weren't just observing me. They were waiting for me to break, for the noise of my individuality to be smoothed away until I became another seamless part of their silent tapestry. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in a world devoid of rhythm. I had to move, and I had to move now. Waiting for morning was not an option. Morning would bring a renewal of their silent watchfulness, a calm, inescapable pressure to conform. The dead of night was my only ally. I slid off the cot, my movements slow and deliberate, a painful parody of their own soundless grace. Every tiny creak of the wooden frame, every rustle of my clothes, sounded like a thunderclap in the oppressive quiet. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Only the ringing in my own ears and the heavy, expectant hush of the valley. The cabin door was my first obstacle. It was a simple wooden door with a latch. But I knew that opening, it would produce a click that could travel across the clearing like a gunshot. I approached it with the caution of a bomb disposal expert. My fingers, slick with sweat, fumbled with the wooden handle. I lifted it with excruciating slowness, millimeter by millimeter, fighting the friction of the mechanism. When it was fully raised, I pulled the door inward, praying it wouldn't scrape against the frame. It opened with a barely audible whisper of wood on wood. I slipped through the narrow opening and gently pushed it closed, not daring to latch it. I was outside. The air was cold and sharp, and a sliver of moon cast a pale, ghostly light over the clearing, illuminating the dozen cabins that stood like silent tombs. The windows were all dark now. Were they sleeping? Or were they watching from the blackness within, their silent gaze following my every move? I couldn't let myself think about it. My plan was simple: get to the woods at the edge of the valley and climb back up to the road. I crouched low, using the deep shadows cast by the cabins as cover, and began to move. The grass was damp with dew, silencing my footsteps, but my breathing sounded ragged and loud in my own ears. I moved from the shadow of my cabin to the next, my eyes scanning the clearing, expecting a door to fly open at any moment. I was halfway across the clearing when I saw him. He was standing by the well in the center of the square, perfectly still, a silhouette against the moonlit grass. It was the bearded man. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring straight ahead, as if in contemplation. My blood ran cold. Had he been there the whole time? Or had he emerged from his cabin as silently as a ghost? I froze behind a woodpile, my body rigid with terror. I watched him for what felt like a lifetime, but he didn't move a muscle. He was like a statue, a silent guardian of the well. I had to go around him. Changing my route, I began to circle along the outer edge of the settlement, keeping the cabins between myself and the man at the well. It took longer, my nerves fraying with every step. And then I saw another one. A woman, standing at the corner of a cabin ahead of me, her form almost completely lost in the shadows. Like the man, she was perfectly still, looking out into the darkness. A horrifying realization dawned on me. They weren't sleeping. They were on watch. A silent, motionless patrol. Panic began to claw at my throat. I abandoned my stealth, breaking into a desperate, stumbling run for the dark line of trees that marked the edge of the valley. The sound of my own frantic footsteps seemed to fill the world. I didn't look back to see if the man and woman were following. I didn't want to know. I crashed through the undergrowth, thorns and branches tearing at my skin and clothes. The forest, which had seemed so menacing before, now felt like a sanctuary. I pushed deeper, scrambling up the steep, wooded slope, the sounds of my escape, the snapping twigs, my gasping breaths. A welcome, life-affirming chaos after the crushing silence of the village. I didn't stop until my lungs were burning and my legs felt like lead. I collapsed at the base of a massive oak tree, gulping in the damp, earthy air. I had made it. I was out. But the feeling of relief was fleeting. As my breathing quieted, the silence of the forest began to press in on me again. And it was no longer an empty silence. It was a watchful one. I strained my ears, listening for any sound of pursuit, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no breaking branches. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The sensation of their collective gaze was a physical weight on the back of my neck. I got to my feet and pushed on, moving as quickly as I could through the dark, disorienting woods. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my eyes playing tricks on me, turning gnarled tree trunks and deep shadows into still, human figures. Once, I was sure I saw a flash of a pale face watching me from behind a thicket of ferns. I cried out, a strangled yelp, and ran faster, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. I don't know how long I stumbled through the darkness, but eventually, the ground leveled out, and I saw the faint, pale line of the road through the trees. Hope, raw and powerful, surged through me. I burst out of the woods and onto the cracked asphalt, nearly falling to my knees in relief. And there it was, 50 yards down the road, my truck. A beautiful, rusted, metal symbol of home. I ran to it, fumbling in my pocket for the keys. my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the key into the lock. I threw the door open, scrambled inside, and slammed it shut, locking it immediately. I sat in the driver's seat, panting, my forehead pressed against the cool glass of the steering wheel. Safe. I was finally safe. My eyes adjusted to the dim light inside the cab. And then I saw it. On the passenger seat, placed neatly in the center, was a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It was beautifully made, the work of a skilled and patient hand. I stared at it, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. They had been here. While I was in their valley, one of them had come here, to my truck. They had been inside. A cold dread, far anything I had felt before, washed over me. This wasn't a chase. They hadn't been trying to stop me from leaving. They had let me go. The carved bird wasn't a threat. It was a gift, a souvenir, a reminder, a message that said, "We know who you are. We know where you belong. You can leave, but you will never truly be free of the silence." With a trembling hand, I put the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine, which had been so stubbornly dead before, roared to life on the first try. I didn't question it. I slammed the truck into gear and stomped on the gas pedal. The tires squealed on the asphalt as I sped away, leaving the silent valley and its watchful inhabitants behind me. I didn't look back, but I could feel their eyes on me, their silent, collective gaze following me down the lonely road. I've been driving for days now, putting as many miles as I can between myself and that place. But I know it doesn't matter. I am a practical man, or at least I used to be. Now, I understand that there are things in this world that defy explanation. I am physically free, but a part of me will forever remain a prisoner in that quiet, hidden valley. They are waiting for me. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when the world is still, I can almost hear it. The profound, heavy, and most terrifying sound in the world, absolute silence. My name is Paul Fugate. I am a park ranger with the National Park Service, assigned to the Chiricahua National Monument in the southeast corner of Arizona. This is my official report, a transcription of audio logs from a standard issue microcassette recorder detailing the events of my patrol beginning on January 13th, 1980. Log entry 13th of January, 1980. 1400 hours. Ranger Paul Fugate, beginning trail check on the Western Loop. Weather is clear, visibility excellent. Nothing unusual to report. The air is thin and sharp today, tasting of pine and cold stone. Up here, in the ski islands of the Chiricahuas, the world feels clean, stripped down to its essentials. The sun is bright but lacks real warmth, a pale winter disk in a vast, impossibly blue sky. Below me, the valley floor is a tapestry of ochre, rust, and the dark green of juniper trees. The trail snakes ahead, a dusty ribbon winding between the monumental rock formations, the hoodoos and balanced rocks that give this place its otherworldly character. The Apache called this the land of standing up rocks, and it's easy to see why. They rise like silent, watching giants, their forms twisted by a million years of wind and water into shapes that fire the imagination. My job is simple, most days. I walk the trails, check for erosion, clear fallen branches, and ensure the safety of the few hikers who venture out in the off-season. It's a solitary existence, but I've always preferred the company of the wind to the chatter of cities. I know the language of this place, the scuttling of a collared lizard, the cry of a red-tailed hawk circling on the thermals, the way the light changes on the rhyolite cliffs as the day wears on. There's a rhythm to the wilderness. A steady, ancient heartbeat that you can feel under the soles of your boots. It's a rhythm that has always brought me peace. Today, however, something feels off-key. A faint, discordant note in the symphony of the wild. I can't place it, not yet. It's just a feeling, a prickle of unease at the back of my neck. I dismiss it as a side effect of the solitude. Sometimes the silence out here can play tricks on you. Log entry 13 January 1980, 16:30 hours. Saw that beat-up Ford pickup again. The one with the mismatched side panels. 2 men inside. They were parked at the trailhead when I started. Now they're down by the border access road. They don't look like hikers. Just watching. I first noticed the truck when I was gearing up at the trailhead. It was an old Ford, maybe from the late 60s. And it looked like it had lived a hard life. The paint was a faded, sun-bleached blue, but one of the front side panels was a dull primer gray, a stark and ugly replacement. Rust had eaten away at the wheel wells, and the whole vehicle was coated in a thick layer of dust, as if it had just crawled off a long and forgotten dirt road. It was parked at the far end of the lot, away from the other few cars. What struck me as odd were the occupants. 2 men sitting in the front seat. They weren't talking. They weren't listening to the radio. They weren't preparing to hike or picnic. They were just sitting there, staring out the windshield in my general direction. I couldn't make out their faces clearly through the grimy glass, just their silhouettes. They wore hats, pulled down low. As I shouldered my pack and started up the trail, I could feel their gaze on my back. It was a heavy, unnerving sensation. Hikers, bird watchers, tourists, they all have a certain energy, an air of recreation or curiosity. These men had none of that. They were utterly still, their presence a dead weight in the landscape. Now, 2.5 hours later, as I descend from the higher elevations, I see them again. The Ford is parked half a mile down the unpaved border access road, a strip of land that's technically outside the monument's jurisdiction. They've moved, but not far. And from their new position, they have a clear view of the very trail I'm exiting. My mind cycles through the possibilities. Poachers, unlikely in broad daylight. People waiting for a pickup, perhaps. But my gut, an instrument honed by years in the back country, tells me something different. They aren't waiting for someone. They're waiting for me. Or, at the very least, they're watching my movements. The feeling of being observed is no longer a trick of the silence. It's real. I make a note of the truck, the mismatched panel a key identifying feature. I keep my hand away from the radio on my belt. No need to call it in yet. No crime has been committed. But the peace of my patrol has been shattered. The familiar rhythm of the wilderness is gone, replaced by a tense, watchful silence. Log entry 14th of January 1980, 1100 hours. Something's not right out here. Found a bundle wrapped in burlap, hidden in a wash about a mile from the access road. I thought, drugs. Traffickers use this area. But it wasn't. It was full of dead birds. Dozens of them, all black. And strange symbols painted on the rocks nearby. I couldn't sleep last night. The image of that Ford pickup, a silent predator, was burned into my mind. Every gust of wind whistling, the windows of my small ranger station sounded like an approaching engine. This morning, I decided to patrol the periphery, down near the border access road. A hunch, nothing more. The wash is a deep scar in the earth, a place where summer monsoons tear through with violent force. Now, in the dry cold of January, It's just a river of sand and bleached stones. The air is still and heavy. It was the smell that led me to it first. A faint, cloying odor of decay that was wrong for this time of year. Tucked under an overhang, almost completely hidden by a tangle of mesquite roots, was a bundle. It was wrapped in coarse, dirty burlap, the kind used for potato sacks, and tied shut with rough twine. It was about the size of a pillow, and it felt soft and lumpy when I nudged it with my boot. My first thought, my professional thought, was drugs. This is border country. We find bundles of marijuana or cocaine stashed out here from time to time, waiting for a handoff. My heart hammered in my chest. Stumbling upon a drug cache is one of the most dangerous situations for a ranger. I unholstered my service revolver, my senses on high alert, scanning the rim of the wash for any sign of movement. There was nothing, only the oppressive silence. Kneeling down, I used the tip of my knife to saw through the twine. The burlap fell open. The smell hit me like a physical blow. It was the smell of blood and rot, a sickeningly sweet stench that made my stomach clench. It wasn't drugs. Inside the sack, nestled together in a horrifying tableau, were birds. Dozens of them. They were all black, ravens and crows, their iridescent feathers matted with a dark, sticky substance. Their necks were broken, twisted at unnatural angles. Their small, black eyes were dull and vacant. It was a massacre, a deliberate, ritualistic slaughter. My revulsion turned to a deeper, colder dread when I saw the rocks behind the bundle. Painted on the flat stone surface of the overhang were symbols. They were drawn in a dark red pigment that looked disturbingly like dried blood. They were not any Native American pictogrized, I recognized, nor were they simple graffiti. They were complex alien. They were jagged, interlocking lines that resembled shattered bones. There were spirals that seemed to turn in on themselves, creating a dizzying, nauseating effect. And in the center, a dominant figure. A stick-like representation of a man, but with arms that were too long, ending in what looked like claws, and a head from which sprouted what could have been antlers or thorns. I stood up, backing away slowly. This was not the work of drug traffickers. This was something else entirely. The cold feeling I'd had yesterday wasn't just in my head. It was real, and it was radiating from this place, from this crude, terrifying altar in the middle of the desert. The men in the Ford pickup. The thought came unbidden, a certainty that settled deep in my bones. This was their work. And the cold, watchful feeling that had settled over this landscape was the shadow of their intent. Log entry 15th of January 1980, 0900 hours. Another bundle today. Different spot. This one had animal bones in it, all bleached white and arranged in a pattern. I'm calling it in, but dispatch says Border Patrol hasn't had any activity. This feels different. Colder. Sleep offered no escape. When I did manage to drift off, my dreams were a chaotic slideshow of black feathers and blood, red symbols. I woke before dawn, the air in the station feeling stale and thin. The silence of the monument, once a comfort, now felt heavy and expectant. I couldn't stay inside. I had to move, to do something. I decided to patrol a different sector today, a series of low messes to the east of the wash, hoping that putting distance between myself and that defiled place would clear my head. I was wrong. The feeling of being watched had followed me. It was no longer confined to a specific location. It was as if the entire park was holding its breath, waiting. I found the second bundle by mid-morning. It was placed more brazenly this time, not hidden in a wash, but set near the base of a prominent hoodoo. A sentinel of rock that stood alone on the mesa. It was wrapped in the same coarse burlap, tied with the same rough twine. My hands trembled as I cut it open. I knew with a sick certainty that it wouldn't be drugs. I was prepared for more birds, but the reality was somehow worse. Inside, laid out on the open burlap, was an assortment of animal bones. They were stark white, bleached by the sun until they looked like polished ivory. But this was no random collection. This was an arrangement, a deliberate and meticulous construction. A coyote skull sat in the center, its empty eye sockets staring up at the empty blue sky. Arranged around it in a perfect circle were the delicate rib cages of jackrabbits, the vertebrae of snakes, and the femurs of what looked like a deer, or a javelina. The entire composition was disturbingly symmetrical, an obscene mandala of death. It was art in the most terrifying sense of the word. It spoke of patience, of a focused, unblinking intent that was far more chilling than a simple act of violence. This was the breaking point. This was no longer just a strange finding. This was a message, a territorial marking. I scrambled for my radio, my fingers fumbling with the dial. Chiricahua Station, this is Ranger Fugate. Over. The familiar crackle of the radio was a small comfort. Sarah's voice came back calm and professional. Go ahead, Paul. What's your 20? I gave her my location, my voice strained. I tried to explain what I was seeing, but the words felt clumsy and inadequate. Sarah, I've found another package, similar to yesterday. It's a collection of animal bones, arranged in some kind of pattern. There was a pause. I could picture her in the office, brow furrowed, trying to fit my report into a neat, official box. Arranged. What do you mean, Paul? I mean, it's not natural. It's deliberate, like some kind of ritual. It's at the base of the lone hoodoo on Mesa Seco. This is the second one in 2 days. I think we need to get Border Patrol to do a sweep of the area. The men I saw in that Ford yesterday, this has to be them. Another pause. Longer this time. Copy that. Paul, I'll log the report. I spoke with the Border Patrol liaison this morning about your sighting yesterday. They have no reports of unusual activity, no new tracks on the drag roads. They said it's probably just locals. Maybe kids, Paul. You know how they can be. Kids. The word came out as a choked laugh. Sarah, this isn't kids' stuff. The precision of it, the feeling out here, it's cold. Something is very wrong. I understand, Paul. Just be careful. Finish your patrol and head back. We'll file the report. The radio clicked off, leaving me in a profound and terrifying silence. Well, file the report. The words echoed in my head, a meaningless bureaucratic mantra, against a growing tide of primal fear. They didn't understand. They couldn't. Sitting in their climate-controlled office, the horrors I was witnessing were just abstract words, easily dismissed. Out here, with the bleached coyote's skull grinning at me and the vast, indifferent landscape stretching out in every direction, the threat was real. It was tangible. And the coldness I spoke of was not just in the winter air. It was a spiritual cold, a void that seemed to be opening up in the heart of the wilderness, and I was standing on its edge. Log entry 16th of January 1980. Time unknown. Voice is a harsh whisper. They're not traffickers. It's something else. Something older. I followed them last night. Watched from the ridge. They have a camp, a shrine, down in the canyons. They're not taking things through the park. They're leaving things in the park. Offerings. Sacrifices. I didn't go back to the station. I couldn't. The thought of being inside those four walls, waiting for a report to be filed while they were out here, was unbearable. My training, my instincts, everything told me to pull back, to wait for backup. But my gut, that same instrument that had first warned me of the discordant note, in the wild, screamed that there was no time. Whatever was happening, it was culminating. I couldn't shake the image of the symbols, of the stick, man with the antlered head. It felt ancient, like something that had been sleeping under these rocks for millennia and was only now beginning to stir. As dusk fell, I saw it. Not the truck, but a light. A flicker of firelight, deep in a network of canyons in the park's most remote and rugged section. It was a place no sane person would camp in winter. It was a place I had to see. The journey took hours, picking my way through treacherous, rock-strewn terrain under the cold light of a crescent moon. I moved slowly, silently. Every snap of a twig under my boot, sounding like a gunshot in the still air. The whisper on the tape is the sound of a man trying to keep his own teeth from chattering, less from cold and more from sheer, unadulterated terror. I left my pack behind, taking only my binoculars and my recorder. I crawled the last 100 yards on my belly, inching my way to the edge of a ridge that overlooked the source of the light. What I saw below will never be successfully filed in any official report. It was a camp, but not for hikers. A fire burned in a crude stone pit, its flames casting long, dancing shadows, and around it were the two men from the Ford pickup. But they weren't just sitting there. They were building something. Or, more accurately, they were adding to something. In the center of their small clearing was a shrine. It was a grotesque monument of bone and stone, built against a sheer cliff face. The bleached animal bones from the bundle I'd found were there, woven into a lattice of dead branches. More of the disturbing symbols were painted on the rocks all around it, glowing a wet, dark red in the firelight. And at the top of this nightmarish altar, presiding over the whole scene, was a large, crudely carved wooden effigy. A man-like figure with arms that were too long and a head crowned with a rack of deer antlers. The figure from the rock paintings. I realized then, with a certainty that froze the marrow in my bones, what I was seeing. These men weren't traffickers moving product through the park. They were priests, acolytes of some forgotten, nameless god of the desert. And the bundles, the dead birds, the arranged bones, they weren't being stashed. They were being consecrated. They were offerings. Sacrifices to the thing that slept in the shadows of the Chiricahuas. The cold I had been feeling was the influence of their god, a malevolent presence seeping back into the world. And these men were its willing servants. They're not traffickers. They're servants. I lay flat on the ridge, my stomach pressed to the cold stone, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stared through the binoculars, the image shaking with my ragged breaths. The two men below moved with a horrifying purpose. They didn't speak, but seemed to communicate with a perfect, terrible understanding of their ritual. One knelt before the grotesque altar. He held up a new object. The fresh carcass of a rabbit, its blood still dripping from its limp body onto the sand. He placed it reverently on a flat stone, arranging its limbs in a splayed mockery of surrender. The other man began to chant. His voice wasn't made of words, but a low, guttural drone. A vile and ancient sound that seemed to vibrate the very ground. It was the language of pain and decay, a language no human tongue was meant to speak. I should have run. I knew it. Every survival instinct screamed at me to back away silently, to melt into the darkness and keep running until I reached the light and safety of the station. But I couldn't. I was frozen by a combination of terror and a horrible sense of duty. As a ranger, this was my jurisdiction. This was the place I had sworn to protect. But how do you protect a place from an evil that seeps up from the very rock? I brought the recorder to my lips again, my fingers fumbling with the button. They're performing a ritual, a sacrifice, I whispered, my voice cracking. That altar, it's saturated with death. It radiates a cold, not just a winter cold. It's the cold of the grave. I wanted to document it all, to leave a warning. If I didn't make it out of here, I had to leave something behind. Someone had to know what happened here. And that's when I made my mistake. A flicker of cold moonlight glinted off the lens of my binoculars for just a fraction of a second. It was a tiny spark, almost nothing. But in the absolute darkness of the canyon, it was as bright as a signal flare. The chanting stopped instantly. The silence that followed was 1,000 times worse. It was a silence pregnant with expectation, with awareness, with pure malice. I held my breath, praying to whatever god or power might still reside in this forsaken land that they hadn't seen. But they had. Slowly, in a movement that was unnervingly smooth and synchronized, both heads turned. They looked directly up at the ridge where I was hiding. And in the flickering firelight, for the first time, I saw their faces clearly. And I saw their eyes. The voice on the tape becomes a panicked gasp. There is a frantic scrabbling sound as Paul begins to crawl backward. Oh God, they saw me. They're coming up the ridge. It's the men from the truck. They're not. Their eyes. They're not. The words died in my throat, because there were no words for what I was seeing. Their eyes were not human. There were no irises, no whites, no pupils. They were simply black pits, voids of darkness that drank the firelight, empty spaces that reflected the emptiness of the cosmos. It was as if their humanity had been scooped out, leaving behind only hollow shells animated by the hideous power they worshipped. Terror broke my paralysis. I turned and ran. All caution was gone. I scrambled blindly over loose rock, sharp branches clawing at my face and arms. But I felt no pain. The adrenaline and the silent scream in my mind drowned out everything else. I could hear them behind me. The clatter of dislodged stones, as they ascended with impossible speed. They didn't run like men. They moved like hideous spiders, scrambling up the rock face with a fluid, horrifying agility. I knew I wouldn't make it. They knew this terrain. They were a part of it. They were the moving darkness. I stumbled into a small clearing, my lungs burning, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand. I knew this was the end. I turned to face them, raising the micro-cassette recorder like some pathetic, useless talisman. They emerged from the darkness, one by one, their forms silhouetted against the moon. Their empty eyes fixed on me. I took a step back, my heels hitting a cold wall of rock. There was nowhere left to run. One of them reached out a hand. His arm was unnaturally long, like the effigy on the altar. His fingers were thin and twig-like. He wasn't trying to grab me. He just reached, and I could feel the cold radiating from him. A cold that leached the warmth and life from my body. My name is Kimberly Reed. To my friends, I'm Kim, but in any official capacity, I prefer the full 3 syllables. It sounds more grounded, more serious, and I've always considered myself a serious person. I'm a sophomore at a state university, majoring in architecture, a field that rewards precision planning and a healthy respect for established structures. I make lists. I color, code my notes. I believe in blueprints, in knowing exactly where you're going and how you're going to get there. Which is why my decision on that cold December afternoon remains a haunting anomaly, a catastrophic deviation from the person I thought I was. The semester had been a grueling one. A marathon of late, night drafting sessions fueled by lukewarm coffee and the looming pressure of final reviews. All I wanted was the comforting embrace of home, the scent of my mother's pine, scented candles, and the blissful mindlessness of holiday movies. The drive was a long one, 8 hours on a good day, stretching from my sterile dorm room to the warmth and chaos of my family's house. I'd packed my small sedan to the brim with laundry, textbooks I swore I'd study but wouldn't, and a few clumsily wrapped gifts. The first 5 hours were a monotonous blur of gray asphalt and endless stretches of dormant farmland. The sky was a heavy, uniform sheet of white, threatening a snow that never quite committed to falling. Christmas carols played softly on the radio, but their cheer felt hollow, tinny against the drone of the highway. My eyelids felt like lead weights. It was in this state of wary impatience that I saw it. I was considering pulling over for another coffee when I noticed a turn, off I'd only ever seen on maps. It was a county road that sliced directly through a large national forest, a green splotch on the atlas that the interstate dutifully curved around. A quick mental calculation, fuzzy from fatigue, suggested it could shave at least an hour, maybe more, off my remaining journey. The highway was practical, but it was also soul-crushingly boring. A scenic route, I reasoned, might wake me up. A little taste of nature before I was submerged in suburban holiday cheer. The turn was marked by a large, official-looking brown sign. Oak Regina Ion El Farst. Nothing about it seemed out of the ordinary. For the first few miles, the road was smooth. A well-maintained ribbon of blacktop that wound through gentle hills. The trees were mostly bare, limbed hardwoods, their skeletal branches stark against the pale sky. It was beautiful in a stark, wintry way. I felt a small, smug satisfaction with my choice. I was beating the system, finding a clever path. Then, about an hour in, as the forest grew denser and the sky darker, I saw another sign. This one was different. It was hand-painted, nailed to a thick pine tree. The white letters were faded and peeling, the wood warped by years of rain and sun. It read ESAWL Row 80 10 miles to a WY5. Highway 5 was my destination, 10 miles. It seemed too good to be true. A flicker of my usual caution sparked. The sign was old. The road it pointed down looked narrower, less traveled. But the thought of being home in under an hour, of surprising my parents by arriving before dark, was a powerful lure. The fatigue was a thick fog in my brain, dulling the sharp edges of my usual prudence. What's the worst that could happen? I thought. A phrase that should be permanently banned from the human lexicon. I signaled, a pointless courtesy on the empty road, and turned the wheel. The transition was immediate and jarring. The asphalt vanished, replaced by loose, chattering gravel that pinged against the undercarriage of my car. The road narrowed significantly, the forest crowding in on both sides. The trees here were different. Towering pines and firs, so thick they formed a perpetual twilight, blocking out what little daylight remained. Their scent, sharp and resinous, filled the car. Within a mile, the gravel gave way to a deeply rutted dirt track. This was no longer a scenic route. It was a logging trail at best. My little sedan, designed for city streets and smooth pavement, protested. The suspension groaned with every dip and bump. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my earlier smugness curdling into anxiety. This was a mistake. A stupid, reckless mistake. I passed the corpse of the old sawmill the sign had alluded to. It was a skeletal ruin. Its roof caved in, its walls streaked with grime and moss. The windows were dark, gaping holes that seemed to watch me pass, like the empty eye sockets of a skull. A profound sense of desolation hung over the place. I pressed a little harder on the accelerator, wanting to put the ruin behind me as quickly as possible. The road worsened. Recent rains had turned the ruts into channels of thick, slick mud. The tires, designed for traction on asphalt, struggled to find purchase. They spun with a high, whining sound, flinging clumps of mud against the wheel wells. I tried to keep my momentum, but the car was losing the battle. With a sickening lurch and the sound of scraping metal, the car slid sideways. Its right side wheels sinking deep into a muddy ditch. The engine stalled. Silence. A profound, absolute silence that was more deafening than the noise it replaced. I turned the key. The engine sputtered, whirred, but wouldn't catch. I tried again. Nothing. No, no, no. I whispered, my breath fogging the windshield. I took a deep breath, fighting the panic that was clawing at my throat. Okay, Kim. Plan. You need a plan. First, the phone. I grabbed it from the passenger seat. As I expected, no service. The icon was a taunting, empty triangle. Of course, I got out of the car. The air was cold and damp, biting at my exposed skin. The mud in the ditch was thick and cloying, sucking at my boots as I tried to assess the damage. The car was tilted at a sharp angle, hopelessly mired. There was no way I was getting it out on my own. My best option, my only option, was to walk back. I wasn't that far from the main forest road. Maybe 3 or 4 miles. Someone would eventually drive by. It was a national forest, after all. People came here, didn't they? I grabbed my coat, a flashlight from the glove compartment, and locked the car. A futile gesture of order in a situation that was rapidly spiraling into chaos. The sun was setting, the light fading fast beneath the dense canopy of trees. I started walking back the way I came, my flashlight beam cutting a nervous, bouncing path through the deepening gloom. The walk was unnerving. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The forest, which had seemed merely imposing from inside my car, now felt actively menacing. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like grasping fingers. I kept telling myself it was just squirrels or deer, but the feeling of being watched was unshakable. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the fork in the road where I had turned onto this cursed track. I aimed my flashlight toward the path I'd originally been on, the one that led back to civilization, and my heart stopped. Blocking the road from one side to the other was a massive pine tree. It wasn't just a fallen log, it was an entire tree. Its roots ripped violently from the earth, a gaping wound in the forest floor. It was fresh. The scent of snapped pine and damp soil was sharp in the air. It hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. I would have had to drive around it. I would have remembered a tree this large blocking the road. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my carefully constructed calm. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't bad luck. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A freak gust of wind. But the air was still, heavy and cold. I walked to the edge of the tree, my light tracing its immense length. It was a perfect, impassable barrier. My only other choice was to continue down the other fork, the one I hadn't taken. Maybe it looped back around. It had to. Shaking, I turned and started walking, faster this time, almost jogging. The pretense of a calm, rational plan was gone, replaced by a desperate need to escape. A half-mile down this new path, my flashlight beam caught another obstacle. Another fallen tree. This one was smaller, but just as deliberately placed, completely blocking the narrow track. A cold, sickening realization began to dawn on me, a truth so horrifying I could bear let it into my mind. I wasn't lost. I was being herded. Trapped. The fallen trees weren't acts of nature. They were gates closing behind me. That's when I heard the first sound. A sharp, clear whistle off to my left. It wasn't a bird. It was too precise, too human. I froze, sweeping my light in the direction of the sound, but saw only a wall of impenetrable darkness between the tree trunks. Then a response. The loud snap of a heavy branch breaking. This time to my right and slightly behind me. They were communicating, coordinating. They were steering me, cutting off my escape routes, pushing me inexorably in one direction, back toward the abandoned sawmill. The shortcut wasn't a shortcut. It was a baited trap, and I had driven right into it. This wasn't a monster or a ghost. This was something far more terrifying. This was human. Organized, intelligent, and patient. The people who lived in these woods, this forgotten pocket of the world, didn't like trespassers. And they had a system for dealing with them. My legs felt like water, but I stumbled forward, driven by a terror I had never known. There was nowhere to go but the path they had laid out for me. As I broke through the last line of trees, I found myself in the clearing of the old sawmill. It loomed against the last vestiges of twilight, a dark, jagged silhouette. As if on cue, a loud, groaning creak echoed through the clearing. The main doors of the sawmill, which I had assumed were rusted shut for decades, were swinging slowly open. In the deep darkness of the doorway, several silhouettes emerged to greet me. They didn't speak. They just stood there, watching me. I had taken the wrong turn, and I was never going to get home for Christmas. For a long moment, nobody moved. My feet felt fused to the cold, damp earth. The beam from my flashlight trembled violently in my hand, dancing across the figures in the doorway. There were 4 of them, their forms made stark and monstrous by the harsh, direct light. They were tall and gaunt, dressed in layers of dark, heavy duty work clothes. Flannel, denim, and thick canvas, all of it worn and stained. They didn't seem to feel the cold. Their faces were shadowed, but I could see enough to know they were hollow, cheeked and grim, their expressions utterly devoid of emotion. They were not welcoming saviors. They were the patient architects of my terror. My mind, the part of me that made lists and plans, was screaming, a frantic, useless siren in the back of my skull. Run, fight. But my body refused to obey. Every survival instinct I possessed was paralyzed by the sheer, calculated wrongness of the situation. This wasn't a random mugging or a spontaneous act of violence. This was the final, deliberate step in a carefully executed plan. They had herded me here like livestock, and now they stood at the abattoir door, waiting. One of the figures, slightly taller than the rest, lifted a hand. It wasn't a wave or a threat, just a simple, clear gesture, "Come here." My flashlight beam fixed on his hand. It was grimy, the knuckles scarred, the fingernails broken and black with dirt. The gesture was repeated, more insistently this time. A low whistle, The same sound I'd heard in the woods emanated from one of the other figures, sharp and impatient. My legs finally unlocked. I took a shuffling, involuntary step forward, then another. The mud sucked at my boots, each step a small, pathetic act of surrender. I was walking toward them, toward the gaping, black maw of the sawmill. The flashlight beam dropped, illuminating the muddy ground in front of me. I couldn't bear to look at them anymore. As I reached the threshold, the smell hit me. It was a thick, complex odor that coated the back of my throat. There was the expected scent of damp, rotting wood and the sharp, metallic tang of rusting machinery. But underneath it was something else, something organic and cloying. It was the coppery, sweetish smell of old blood. They parted silently to let me pass, their bodies brushing against mine as I stepped over the threshold. The air inside was colder than it was outside, heavy and still. The massive door groaned shut behind me, the sound echoing in the cavernous space before a heavy wooden bar was dropped into place with a definitive, soul-shattering thud. The last of the twilight vanished, plunging us into an absolute, terrifying darkness. I stood frozen, my own breathing loud and ragged in my ears. I could hear them moving around me, their heavy boots scuffing on the concrete floor. They moved with a quiet confidence, a familiarity with the darkness that I did not share. A moment later, there was a scratch and a flare of light. One of them had lit a hurricane lantern. The flame grew, casting a warm, flickering, hellish glow across the scene. The interior of the sawmill was immense, far larger than it had appeared from the outside. The ceiling soared 30 feet above, lost in a web of shadows and thick cobwebs. Massive, silent machines stood like sleeping iron beasts. A log carriage on a rusted track, a colossal circular saw blade, debarkers and chippers, all draped in the dust of decades. But this was no long abandoned ruin. This was a home. In the center of the vast space, a fire pit had been dug into the concrete floor. A circle of blackened stones containing the glowing embers of a recent fire. Crude living quarters had been constructed against the far wall, partitioned with mismatched sheets of corrugated metal and old tarps. There were sleeping pallets made of dirty mattresses and piles of rough blankets. A makeshift kitchen area contained a wood, burning stove, its chimney pipe snaking up toward a hole in the distant roof. Tools lined the walls, not just saws and axes for logging, but mechanics' tools, welding equipment, and things I couldn't identify, things with hooks and long, cruel-looking blades. And everywhere, there were the spoils of their traps. Leaning against a wall was a set of expensive skis. A child's pink bicycle with faded handlebar tassels lay on its side near the fire pit. Piles of clothing, sorted by type, were stacked in open crates. And hanging from nails driven into a wooden support beam was a collection of keychains, a gallery of ghosts. I saw the familiar logos of Ford, Toyota, and Honda. I saw a fuzzy die, a small leather-bound Bible, and a silver locket. Each one represented a car that had taken a wrong turn, a person who had been funneled down Sawmill Road. My captors had gathered around the newly lit lantern. In the steady glow, I could see them clearly for the first time. There were the 4 who had greeted me, and 2 others who had been inside. An older woman with long, gray hair braided down her back, her face a roadmap of wrinkles, and a young man, perhaps my age, with dull, vacant eyes and a slack jaw. They were a family, I realized. A clan, isolated and feral. The 4 men were brothers, perhaps, all bearing a strong resemblance to the tall one, who seemed to be their leader. He was the one who finally broke the silence. "The car stuck?" he asked. His voice was a dry, rasping sound, like stones grinding together. It was the first human voice I had heard in what felt like a lifetime, and it offered no comfort. I could only nod, my throat too tight to form words. He took a step closer, his eyes scanning me from head to toe. They were a pale, washed-out blue, intelligent and utterly devoid of warmth. They held no malice, no anger, just a cold, detached curiosity, like a scientist studying a specimen. "Good tires on it." Again, I nodded. They were all-season radials. I just had them put on before the start of the semester. The thought was so mundane, so rooted in a world that no longer existed, that a hysterical laugh almost escaped my lips. "Good," he rasped. "What can use M?" He turned away from me and spoke to the others. But he didn't use words. He used a series of low clicks and short, guttural grunts. The older woman responded with a quick hand gesture, and one of the other men answered with a sharp whistle. It was their language, a primal, efficient form of communication that excluded me completely, reinforcing my status as an alien, an other. The leader turned back to me. "You're in our house now," he said, the words coming slowly, as if he was unaccustomed to using them. "We have rules. You'll be processed. We take what's useful. The rest," he trailed off, gesturing vaguely at the cavernous space around us. "The rest is discarded. Processed." The word was so clinical, so detached. It was the word an architect would use. It chilled me more than any overt threat could have. I wasn't a person to them. I was a collection of resources to be inventoried, stripped, and utilized. My car, my clothes, my new tires. And me. What was my use? One of the men, younger and broader than the leader, stepped forward and grabbed my arm. His grip was like iron. He started to pull me toward one of the partition-off areas. I found my voice, a pathetic, strangled cry. "Please. My parents. They're expecting me." The leader looked at me, his head cocked to the side. "Everyone's expecting someone," he said, a statement of simple, unassailable fact. There was no arguing with it. He turned his back on me, dismissing me as he would a fly. The conversation was over. The man dragged me into a small, windowless room that had likely been the sawmill's office. The air was stale and smelled of mildew and mice. He shoved me inside and I stumbled, falling to the dusty floor. In the room was a single, rusted metal desk and a wooden chair. Nothing else. The door slammed shut, and I heard a heavy bar drop into place on the other side. I scrambled to the door, pounding on the thick wood until my fists were raw.
Let me out! Please! Let me out!
There was no answer. Only the sound of their boots walking away, and the low murmur of their clicks and whistles as they went about their business. I was alone in the pitch, black, suffocating silence. Panic gave way to a wave of despair so profound it was physically nauseating. But then, something else kicked in. The part of my brain that loved blueprints and structures. The part that saw the world as a series of problems to be solved. I was an architect, in training, trapped in a building. I had to think. I had to analyze. I stood up and began to feel my way around the perimeter of the room. The walls were solid wood, thick planks over a heavy frame. The door was a fortress. There were no windows, no vents, no obvious weakness. I ran my hands over the dusty surface of the metal desk. My fingers brushed against a roll of paper. I fumbled with it, my heart starting to pound with a new, fragile hope. I unrolled it. It was paper, brittle with age. Even in the dark, I could feel the raised lines of ink on its surface. They were drawings, Blueprints. My flashlight. It was still in my coat pocket. My hands shook so badly I could barely work the switch, but finally it clicked on. I aimed the beam at the paper. They were the original schematics for the sawmill. I spread them out on the desk, my light tracing the intricate lines and faded notations. Floor plans, elevations, structural details. I saw the main floor, the log carriage tracks, the location of every machine. I saw the office I was in. And then I saw something else. A dotted line leading from the back wall of the office. Anti-NC. 10 LTO Camby path, an escape route. A hidden path designed into the very bones of my prison. A surge of adrenaline. Of pure, unadulterated hope shot through me. They didn't know about it. They couldn't. It was a forgotten detail on a 70-year-old drawing. I scrambled to the back wall, running my hands over the wooden planks, searching for a seam, a hidden latch, anything that looked like a door. The blueprints showed it should be right here. That's when I heard it. It wasn't the sound of my captors. It wasn't a whistle or a click or a footstep. It came from the wall in front of me. It was a faint, rhythmic scratching. Scratch. Scratch. It was coming from inside the wall, from inside the maintenance tunnel. My blood ran cold. The hope that had soared moments before crashed into a new, deeper kind of terror. The blueprints were right. There was a tunnel, but I wasn't the first person to find it. And whatever was in there was still waiting. The sound froze me in place, my flashlight beam fixed on the rough wooden planks of the wall. Scratch, scrape, scratch. It was slow, weak, but deliberate. My hope, which had soared so dizzyingly high just moments before, plummeted into an icy abyss. The tunnel wasn't a secret escape route. It was another cage, and it was already occupied. My first thought was that it was an animal, a rat or a raccoon that had gotten trapped. But the rhythm was too steady, too methodical. It had the cadence of a desperate effort. My breath hitched in my throat. It was a person, another victim. Someone who had found the blueprints just as I had, and had met whatever fate awaited in that dark, narrow passage. The scratching stopped. A new sound replaced it, a faint, dry cough, followed by a ragged whisper. The words were indistinct, lost in the thickness of the wall, but it was undeniably a human voice. A war raged within me. The family outside represented a known, monstrous threat. The person in the wall was an unknown. Were they dangerous? Driven mad by confinement? Was this some new, elaborate part of the trap? But the weakness in that whisper, the sheer desperation in the scratching, it wasn't a threat. It was a plea. My architectural training. The part of me that analyzed systems and solved problems took over. The family was the primary threat. The tunnel, despite its occupant, was the only variable, the only potential path to survival. I had to know what was in there. I laid the blueprints on the desk, my trembling flashlight beam illuminating the schematics. The diagram showed a small, square hatch flush with the wall, its edges hidden by the vertical plank design. According to the measurements, it should be about 2 feet from the floor, directly behind the desk. I pushed the heavy metal desk aside, the screech of its legs on the concrete floor sounding deafeningly loud. I froze, listening for any reaction from outside. Nothing. They were either gone or simply didn't care. I ran my hands over the wall in the spot indicated on the plans. At first, I felt nothing but rough, splintery wood. But then my fingers found it, a faint, almost imperceptible seam. I pressed along the edges, searching for a latch, a handle, anything. I found a small knot in the wood that felt different from the others. It wasn't solid. I pushed it. With a soft click, a section of the wall popped open an inch. It was a small, square door, no more than 2 feet by 2 feet. I pulled it open, the old hinges groaning in protest. A wave of foul air washed over me. The smell of stale sweat, sickness, and damp earth. I peered into the darkness, my light cutting a swath through the black. The tunnel was narrow and low, framed with thick, rotting timbers, and lying on the dirt floor, pale and skeletal in the flashlight's glare, was a man. He was young, probably in his mid-20s, with a tangle of matted brown hair and a beard that covered the lower half of his face. He was wearing the tattered remains of a flannel shirt and jeans. His eyes were wide, terrified pools of darkness in a face white from lack of sunlight. It was his fingernails I noticed next. They were broken, worn down to the quick, and caked with dirt and dried blood. He was the source of the scratching. He flinched away from my light, throwing a frail arm over his face. "No, please," he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. "It's okay," I said, my own voice shaking. "I'm not one of them. My name is Kimberly. I'm a prisoner, just like you." He slowly lowered his arm, blinking in the light. He stared at me for a long moment, his expression a mixture of disbelief and a desperate, flickering hope. "Another one," he whispered. I thought I was the last. "How long have you been here?" I asked, my voice soft. "Don't know. A week. 2. The days, they blur." He coughed. A dry, rattling sound that shook his entire frame. "My name's Alex. I was hiking. Took a wrong trail. They brought me here." He confirmed my deepest fears. He spoke of the family's routine, how they would take a new captive, strip their car and belongings for anything useful, and then process them. Alex didn't know what that meant exactly. The previous captive in the office, a man whose name he never learned, was taken out 2 days after Alex arrived and never came back. The family had simply come in, grunted at the man, and led him out toward the massive circular saw. Alex had been locked in here ever since. He'd found the blueprints in the desk, just as I had, and had been trying to dig his way out through a soft spot in the tunnel wall. The tunnel. Where does it go? I asked, pointing to the blueprints. To the old generator shed. Outside the main building, he said, his voice gaining a bit of strength. I saw it on the plans, but the end is blocked. A rock slide, I think. I was trying to dig around it. An escape route, a real one. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Can you walk?" He tried to push himself up, but his limbs trembled with weakness and he collapsed back to the dirt floor, exhausted by the effort. "I don't think so. They don't feed me much. Just enough to keep." I looked at his frail form, then back at the heavy door of the office. I could leave him. I could crawl through that tunnel, and with my strength, I might be able to clear the blockage myself. I could be free. But the image of leaving him here to die, or to be processed, on that great, rusty saw was unthinkable. My carefully structured world had been demolished, but my humanity, I realized, was still intact. I couldn't leave him. "We're getting out of here," I said, the decision solidifying in my mind. Both of us. A new energy surged through me. This was no longer just about survival. It was about defiance. I wasn't just a victim, I was an architect, and this was a design problem. The family, the sawmill, the tunnel, they were all just components of a system, and any system could be beaten. "Okay, Alex," I said, my voice low and urgent. "I need you to tell me everything you know." their habits, their routines. When do they sleep? When do they eat? For the next hour, huddled in the mouth of that foul, smelling tunnel, we formulated a plan. Alex told me what he had observed. The family was nocturnal. They slept during the day in their crude lean-tos, leaving only one person awake as a guard, usually the slow-witted young man. Their leader, the tall one they called Silas, was the true threat, cunning and always alert. Their weakness, Alex believed, was the generator. It powered their single electric light bulb and the welder they used to repair their tools. It was old, loud, and prone to breaking down. If it went out, it caused a commotion. It was their one piece of complex technology in a world of primitive brutality. The generator shed. The end of our tunnel. The plan was desperate, a blueprint for a miracle. I would have to create a diversion. Something loud enough and confusing enough to draw all of them, including the guard, away from the main floor. While they were distracted, I would sneak back to the office, get Alex, and we would make our way through the tunnel to the generator shed. From there, it was a run through the dark woods to the highway. A diversion, Alex whispered, his eyes wide. What kind of diversion? I looked around the office, my flashlight beam landing on the rusted metal desk. An idea, terrible and brilliant, sparked in my mind. Something they'll have to deal with, I said. Something they can't ignore. I helped Alex back into the tunnel, promising I would return. He gripped my arm, his hand feeling as light as a bird's claw. Be careful, he breathed. I closed the small hatch, the click of the latch sealing him in the darkness once more. Then, I turned to the main door of the office. I took a deep breath, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I was no longer Kimberly Reed, the terrified student. I was an architect with a blueprint for escape. I was a saboteur. I was a survivor. I picked up the heavy wooden chair, raised it over my head, and with a guttural scream born of fear and fury, I hurled it against the inside of the metal door. The resulting binge was catastrophic, an explosion of sound that echoed through the entire sawmill. I didn't wait for a response. I immediately dropped to the floor and scrambled to the desk, pressing my ear against the cold concrete. I could hear them stirring. Guttural shouts, the heavy thud of boots. They were coming. Phase 1 of the plan was complete. Now, I just had to survive Phase 2. My name is Olivia Reed. By profession, I am a cartographer, a person who finds a unique sense of comfort in defined lines and known territories. For the past 6 years, my world has been one of grids, scales, and the predictable, elegant curve of contour lines on a computer screen. My life in the city had become similarly structured, a relentless, grinding cycle of project deadlines and suffocating digital noise. I found myself craving the absolute. Opposite place without maps, a silence so profound it would swallow, the persistent ringing in my ears. The Boundary Waters Kenoi Area Wilderness, a 1,000,000-acre expanse of pristine lakes and primordial forests in northern Minnesota, promised just that. It was a labyrinth of water and rock where one could truly, intentionally, get lost. This was my third solo pilgrimage to this wild sanctuary, a necessary ritual to recalibrate my soul. For 5 days, the trip had been perfect. The rhythmic dip of my paddle in the clear, cold water, the haunting, melancholic call of a loon echoing across the glass. Like surface of the lake, the clean scent of pine and damp earth. It was the very antidote I so desperately needed. My campsite on the shore of Knife Lake was a small, sandy cove, flanked by towering granite cliffs and a dense, impenetrable wall of birch and pine. It felt like the edge of the known world, and I was its sole, privileged inhabitant. Or so I had thought. It appeared on the sixth morning. I was brewing coffee over my small camp stove, watching the last tendrils of mist burn off the lake's surface under the rising sun, when a gentle, scraping sound pulled my attention to the shoreline. A canoe, not my own sleek, green fiberglass vessel, had washed ashore. It was an old-timer, a wood and canvas relic from a bygone era, its hull deeply scarred with the stories of 100 forgotten journeys. It was eerily empty. There was no sign of a paddler, no gear strewn about in the aftermath of a capsize, no cry for help echoing across the water. It had simply arrived, a silent, wooden ghost delivered by the morning tide. A potent curiosity, stronger than the ingrained caution that usually governs a solo traveler, pulled me toward it. I ran my hand over the weathered, sun-bleached wood. It felt ancient and brittle. Tucked beneath the rear seat, wedged tightly into a space designed for flotation, was a bundle wrapped in dark, heavy oilcloth. My fingers, suddenly clumsy with a strange chill that had nothing to do with the morning air, worked at the stiff, greasy knot. Inside was a journal. It was thick, leather-bound, and heavy with absorbed water. The pages were warped and swollen, the ink on many of them a blurry, indecipherable mess of blue. I knew what I should do. I should get in my own canoe, paddle out, and scan the opposite shores for a stranded camper. It was the protocol, the unwritten law of the wilderness. But the journal felt different. It felt like a secret, a story that had deliberately chosen my shore to be told. I carried it back to my fire, a strange and heavy sense of foreboding settling over me like a shroud. Throughout the long, quiet afternoon, I carefully separated the damp pages, laying them out on a large, flat rock near the gentle heat of the flames. As the sun began its slow descent below the jagged tree line, casting long, distorted shadows across my camp, the pages were finally dry enough to read. The handwriting was a neat, controlled script, at least at the beginning. The story it told has frozen the very blood in my veins. The following is the text from the journal. Day 1. My name is Michael Asher. I've made it. 2 full weeks of true, unadulterated solitude. The drive up from Chicago was a mind-numbing purgatory of concrete, billboards, and angry talk radio. But now there is only this. Just me, my canoe, and this vast, beautiful, silent wilderness. The silence is what I came for. It's a physical presence, a palpable weight that presses out the noise of my life. The demanding clients, the cavernously empty apartment, the constant, nagging feeling of being a step behind my own ambition. Here, the only clock is the sun, the only deadline is dusk. The water is impossibly clear. I watched a northern pike, a torpedo of muscle and teeth, hang suspended in the emerald depths for a full minute before it flickered away into the darkness. This is it. This is peace. Day 2. Paddled for 6 hours today, my shoulders burning with a satisfying ache. I feel like I'm shedding a skin, the soft, pale skin of my city life, and finding something harder and more real underneath. I made camp on a tiny island in the middle of the lake. As the sun set, the sky blurred into hues of orange and violent purple I thought only existed in overwrought paintings. There is no other soul for miles. The sense of absolute isolation is exhilarating, a heady cocktail of freedom and profound self-reliance. I am the master of this small, rocky kingdom. Day 3. I wasn't alone today. As I rounded a long finger, like point of land that jutted out into the lake. I saw it, way on the other side of the water. Another canoe. Just a speck, a brief flicker of movement against the distant, dark shoreline. My first feeling was a selfish pang of disappointment, a flash of resentment that another person had intruded upon my private wilderness. A fellow seeker of silence, I suppose. We are all running from something. I raised my paddle in a brief, half-hearted wave. A perfunctory gesture of solidarity, but they were far too distant to possibly see. The canoe disappeared behind an island a moment later, and I thought nothing more of it. Day 5. The other canoe is still there. This is no longer a fleeting glimpse, it's a constant. Every time I think I've found a secluded bay, every time I round a rocky point, I see it. It's always keeping its distance. A silent sentinel on the far shore. It never gets closer, but it never falls behind. I paddled hard for 2 hours this afternoon, cutting a straight line across the exposed open water, hoping to put some significant distance between us. When I finally stopped, my lungs burning and my arms trembling with exhaustion, I looked back. There it was, emerging from the exact same channel I had just left. It's starting to feel less like a coincidence. The feeling is hard to name. It's not fear, not yet. It's a persistent prickling on the back of my neck, the unshakable sensation of being observed. The wilderness no longer feels empty. It feels like a stage, and I am being watched. Day 7. The unease has taken root. It's a cold, hard knot in my stomach that the warmth of the campfire can't touch. I've taken to scanning the lake with a nervous intensity as soon as I wake, and it's always there. A dark shape in the morning mist, a glint of sunlight off a wet paddle in the afternoon. I spent the morning on a high, wooded ridge, pretending to gather firewood, but really, I was watching it. The canoe mimics my own movements with an unnerving, impossible precision. If I paddle along the shore, it follows a perfectly parallel path across the lake. If I stop to fish, it drifts motionless. I am being shadowed. The question of who has been screaming in my mind for 48 hours. Today, I decided I had to know. I carry a pair of powerful binoculars for birdwatching, but I found my hands trembling as I raised them to my eyes. It felt like a transgression, a crossing of some unspoken line. I was afraid of what I would see, afraid of confirming the impossible. Insane thought that had begun to sprout in the dark corners of my mind. I focused the lens, the circle of vision swimming and then sharpening on the distant figure. I saw the canoe first. Deep classic red, just like mine. Then the gear. A bright blue dry, bag strapped to the front thwart, just like mine. I saw the figure in the stern. He was wearing a red jacket, the same faded, sun-bleached red as the one I was wearing that very moment. My breath caught in my throat, a painful, sharp gasp. I steadied my hands against a tree, my knuckles white, and focused on his head. Dark hair, ruffled by the wind. And then he turned, just slightly, as if he knew he was being watched, and the light caught his face. It was my face. It was my face, but it wasn't. The shape was right. The features were mine, but it was a mask. There was a stillness to it, a placid, horrifying emptiness that was utterly inhuman. The eyes, I couldn't see them clearly, not their color, but I felt them. I felt them looking right back at me, through the miles of water, through the powerful lenses of my binoculars, seeing me just as clearly as I saw him. It has to be a trick of the light, a distortion from the heat rising off the water. It has to be. But I know with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that it isn't. I slammed the journal shut, my own breath catching in my throat. My heart was a frantic, wild drum against my ribs. The fire crackled loudly, spitting a shower of embers into the air, and I jumped at the sudden sound. The woods around me, my peaceful sanctuary, were suddenly alive with menace. Every rustle of leaves was a footstep. Every snap of a twig was a presence. My gaze shot from the reassuring circle of firelight to the vast, black expanse of the lake. The water was a sheet of polished obsidian, reflecting a sky littered with cold, indifferent stars. The silence I had craved was gone, replaced by a high, pitched ringing in my ears. I was alone. But the story in my hands, the story of Michael Asher, whispered a terrifying correction. You are never truly alone. I tore the journal open again, my hands trembling so violently I could barely focus on the pages. The firelight flickered across the script, the once neat handwriting now seeming sinister. I had to keep reading. I had to know what happened to Michael Asher, the man haunted by his own face. His story didn't end with that horrifying realization. That was merely the beginning of the true nightmare. Day 8. I didn't paddle at all today. I couldn't. The thought of being out on that open water, completely exposed to its view, was a shard of ice in my gut. I spent the day confined to my campsite, feigning busywork, but my eyes were constantly scanning, watching. It was always there. A distorted mirror image of myself, hovering just beyond the range of the naked eye, but perfectly clear through the lens of my binoculars. I tried to rationalize it. I told myself it was just another canoeist who happened to have identical gear. Maybe he shopped at the same outfitter. Maybe he read the same outdoor blogs and wore the same recommended red jacket. But the face? How could I explain the face? A long-lost relative I never knew existed. A complete stranger with an impossibly coincidental resemblance. Each thought was more absurd than the last, yet they were all preferable to accepting the impossible truth my mind was screaming at me. This afternoon, I decided to conduct an experiment. I stood on the shore and slowly, deliberately, waved both of my arms over my head in a wide, exaggerated arc. Then I raised the binoculars again, my heart hammering against my ribs. Across the lake, the figure in the red jacket stood and performed the exact same motion. It wasn't a delayed mimicry. It was perfectly synchronized, as if we were two dancers controlled by the same unseen puppeteer. A cold dread washed over me. It knew I was watching. It was playing with me. I will not leave the fire tonight. I've gathered a massive pile of wood, enough to keep it roaring until dawn. The darkness, which I had always found comforting, now feels like a living, breathing entity, filled with shifting shadows and whispers, just at the edge of hearing. I can see its campfire across the water, a tiny pinprick of orange light, a mocking reflection of my own. It's not trying to hide anymore. It wants me to know it's there, waiting. Day 9. I haven't slept. Not a single minute. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the face, my face, but vacant and lifeless. I spent the night sitting with my back against a tree, my hatchet clutched in my hand, listening to every snap and rustle in the surrounding woods. Exhaustion is a disease, blurring the edges of my vision and tangling my thoughts. It's closer. I don't need the binoculars to see it anymore. It's halfway across the lake now, and it paddles with a steady, relentless rhythm. It paddles when I paddle. It stops when I stop. It never sleeps. I see its campfire at night, a mirror of my own across the black water. I'm going insane, aren't I? That's the only logical explanation. I must have suffered some kind of psychotic break brought on by the absolute isolation. A malignant version of cabin fever. Or maybe there was something in the water, in the wild berries I ate. I tried screaming at it this morning, my voice raw and cracked. "Who are you?" I shrieked across the water. "What do you want?" There was no reply, only the echo of my own words, thrown back at me from the cliffs on the far shore. The figure just kept paddling unperturbed, as if I had made no sound at all. The fear has metastasized into pure terror. It's no longer a feeling. It's a metallic taste in my mouth, a cold that has settled deep in my bones, a constant, high-pitched ringing in my ears. I'm trapped. I know that now. This lake system is a complex maze of bays and islands. Trying to navigate my way out now, especially with that thing following me, would be suicide. All I can do is wait and watch it get closer. My handwriting is failing me. I can barely hold the pen. I'm writing this because I have to. I have to leave some kind of record, in case someone finds this place and wonders what became of me. Don't trust the silence. It's a lie. There is something old and terrible in this place, and now it wears my face. Day 11. He's on my shore. He paddled in last night while I was sleeping. I must have finally succumbed, despite my desperate fight to stay awake. The exhaustion must have won. I woke not to a sound, but to a feeling. The primal, prickling sensation of being watched at close range. I opened my eyes, and he was just standing there, not 10 feet from where I lay, at the edge of the dying firelight. In the dim light of dawn, it was like looking into a mirror. The same red jacket, the same faded cargo pants, the same mud-caked hiking boots, and my face. But the emptiness was more terrifying up close than I ever could have imagined from a distance. It was an absolute void, like a derelict house with all its windows smashed in. And the eyes were wrong. They were my eyes in shape and color, but they held no spark of recognition, no thought, no anything. They were just flat, black orbs, like the eyes of a shark. We didn't speak. There was nothing to say. My breath was trapped in my throat, a solid knot of ice. The air between us was thick with an unspoken understanding. This was no chance encounter. This was a destination, the culmination of something that began the moment I first saw that distant canoe. We both knew this was the only way it could end. Only one of us was paddling away from this beach. I looked up from the journal, my heart hammering like a caged bird. The first light of dawn was breaking over the eastern horizon, turning the sky a bruised, sickly gray. My fire had burned down to a pile of glowing red embers. I was chilled to the bone, and it wasn't just from the cold morning air. Michael's story had seeped into me, blurring the lines between his reality and my own rising panic. My eyes darted to the old canoe, beached on my shore. It looked more sinister now in the half-light, a tangible link to the story I'd just read. I was a fool for thinking it was just a story. I was a fool for thinking it was over for Michael. A horrifying thought began to form in my mind, a thought so cold and sharp it nearly stopped my breath. The story wasn't over. It had just found a new reader. My blood ran cold. The thought, sharp and venomous, coiled in my gut. The story isn't over. It had just found a new reader. The leather, bound journal, felt slick with something more than just lake water as it slipped from my nerveless fingers, falling with a soft thud onto the damp earth. My breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. My mind, the orderly, logical mind of a mapmaker, was desperately trying to superimpose a grid of reason onto a landscape that had suddenly dissolved into pure, primal nightmare. It was a story. It had to be just a story. A sick, elaborate prank left by a previous camper with a twisted sense of humor. But the canoe was real. It was there. A dark, solid shape on my beach, its scarred wood a testament to a history I was only now beginning to comprehend. The silence of the wilderness, which I had traveled so far to embrace, was now a suffocating blanket, amplifying the frantic, panicked drumming of my own heart. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a waiting figure. Every rustle of the wind through the pines sounded like a footstep. The world I had known, a world of fixed points and measurable distances, had been replaced by this, a terrifying, fluid reality governed by an ancient, malevolent logic. My gaze fell back to the journal, lying open on the ground. There was one page left. It was stuck to the back cover, and I hadn't seen it before. It was worse than the others. The paper warped and stained a dark, rusty brown, the ink almost completely washed away. It was the last page. I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that the final answer, the final horror, was written there. My hand, shaking uncontrollably, reached down and peeled the damp page free. The handwriting was a chaotic, desperate scrawl, a stark contrast to the neat script at the beginning. The words were smeared, blurred by water, but I could just make out the final, terrifying entry. It didn't read like the other entries. The tone was different. It wasn't the voice of Michael Asher, the terrified victim. It was something else. Something triumphant. He caught me. We fought. I won. I'm paddling his canoe back now. It's much nicer than mine. The words didn't register at first. I read them again. And then a third time. And then the meaning crashed down on me. A wave of ice. Cold dread that extinguished the last embers of my hope. A strangled sob escaped my lips. The journal wasn't a warning. It was a trophy. The writer of that last entry wasn't Michael. It was the thing that had hunted him. The thing with his face. It had won the fight, taken his place, and was now paddling his canoe. The nicer canoe. The sleek, green fiberglass canoe that was, at this very moment, pulled up on the shore not 20 feet from where I stood. My canoe. No, that wasn't right. The timeline was wrong. My mind raced, trying to piece it together. The journal was old, waterlogged. The story had happened a long time ago. The thing that wrote that last entry wasn't coming for my canoe. It had already taken one. The old, battered wood and canvas canoe that had washed up on my beach. That was Michael's canoe. The one the creature had discarded. The realization was a physical blow. The journal wasn't a trophy left behind by accident. The canoe hadn't simply washed ashore. They were a set, a lure, a carefully laid trap. The story was bait, designed to be found, to be read, to draw the finder into the same nightmare. It was a cycle, an endless, repeating pattern of hunter and hunted, and by finding the journal, by reading the story, I had just announced myself as the next participant. I had willingly stepped into the circle. I dropped the journal as if it were burning hot, scrambling backwards on my hands and knees, away from the fire, away from the cursed object. My eyes, wide with terror, shot up from the firelight and scanned the lake. The pre-dawn light had bled across the sky, turning the black water into a vast, gray mirror. For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing. Only the still water, the silent trees, the empty expanse. A sliver of desperate hope flickered within me. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was having my own psychotic break. My mind creating horrors where none existed. And then I saw it. Emerging from the deep twilight on the far side of the water, A single, dark shape had appeared. It was a silhouette, stark and black against the bruised purple of the horizon. The silhouette of a single canoe, its paddle dipping into the water with a steady, silent, and terrifyingly familiar rhythm. It wasn't frantic. It wasn't hurried. It was patient. Inevitable. It was paddling steadily and silently toward my shore. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I was frozen, a statue of pure fear. I knew who was in that canoe. It wasn't a stranger. It wasn't a fellow camper. It was the thing from the journal. The thing that had been Michael Asher, and was now something else entirely. It had waited, perhaps for years, for someone to find its discarded canoe and its terrible story. And now it was coming to begin the cycle anew. It was coming for me. And as it drew closer, gliding through the mist that was beginning to rise from the lake's surface, I knew with a chilling, absolute certainty that if I were to raise a pair of binoculars to my eyes, the face I would see would be my own. My name is Kevin Driscoll, and for the better part of 2 decades, my office has been the sprawling, untamed wilderness of western Massachusetts. I guide people through these woods. Not hunters, not in the traditional sense. My clients are a different breed. Patient birdwatchers seeking a glimpse of a rare warbler. Dedicated nature photographers, willing to sit for hours to capture the perfect shot of a foraging black bear. Or simply city folk desperate to trade the drone of traffic for the whisper of wind through pine. I know the patterns of the seasons, the secret trails carved by deer, and the quiet language of the forest. I've dealt with sudden blizzards, territorial moose, and clients who couldn't tell poison ivy from a maple leaf. I thought I had seen everything these mountains had to offer. Then I met Dr. Ellen Vance. The initial inquiry came via a professionally worded email from a private research institute I'd never heard of, the Kepler Institute for Extranormal Studies. The request was unusual. They needed an experienced guide for a multi-night nocturnal survey in the woods surrounding Dover. The stated purpose was to study the behavioral patterns of nocturnal fauna using advanced sensory equipment. The pay they offered was more than I typically make in 2 months. That was the first red flag. In my line of work, exorbitant pay usually means one of 2 things: where the client is dangerously naive, or the work is far more dangerous than they're letting on. We agreed to meet at a small diner off the highway, a place with worn vinyl booths and the lingering smell of coffee and bacon. I got there first, choosing a seat that gave me a clear view of the door. When she walked in, she was not what I expected. Dr. Vance was a woman in her late 40s, slight of build, with sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to be constantly analyzing her surroundings. She wore practical, but clearly expensive, hiking gear that still looked brand new, as if she'd bought it specifically for this trip. Her movements were precise and deliberate, and she carried a heavy-duty Pelican case with the ease of someone accustomed to handling sensitive equipment. "Mr. Driscoll," she said, her voice calm and even. She extended a hand, her grip firm and confident. "Dr. Ellen Vance. Thank you for meeting me." "Kevin is fine," I replied, shaking her hand. "And please, call me Ellen." Over coffee, she laid out the mission parameters. For 10 nights, I would guide her to specific selected locations deep within the state forest. My job was to ensure her safety, help transport and set up her equipment, and use my knowledge of the area to navigate the terrain in total darkness. It sounded simple enough, but the details were unsettling. She insisted on operating between midnight and 4 a.m. She wanted routes that avoided all established hiking trails. And she was adamant that we maintain absolute light and sound discipline. No headlamps except in emergencies, no talking above a whisper. This equipment is highly sensitive, she explained, tapping a finger on the Pelican case. It's designed to pick up minute energy fluctuations and non-visual spectra. Artificial light and sound can contaminate the data. I've worked with scientists before. They can be particular, but this was a level of intensity I'd never encountered. I looked at her, my skepticism likely showing on my face. Dr. Vance. Ellen. What exactly are you hoping to find out here that requires this level of secrecy? Most animal behavior studies I've been on involve a lot of waiting and a good pair of binoculars. She held my gaze, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something behind her professional mask. Not deception, but a kind of wary conviction. We're tracking a subject that is extraordinarily elusive. It's sensitive to conventional observation methods and has a documented history of avoiding human contact. Think of it as studying the deepest of sea creatures. You can't just go scuba diving. You need a specialized submersible. Against my better judgment, I took the job. The money was a significant factor, but so was my curiosity. That and the undeniable sense of competence she projected. She might have been a stranger to these woods, but she was no amateur. The first 2 nights were an exercise in tense monotony. We moved through the forest like ghosts, the moon our only source of light. The gear she'd brought was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The camera traps were complex devices with multifaceted lenses that hummed faintly. They weren't capturing light so much as they were sampling the environment. She networked them to a central device she carried, a handheld unit with a screen that displayed cascading lines of code and shifting, abstract color patterns. It looked less like a field monitor and more like something from the cockpit of a spaceship. I watched her work, her focus absolute. She never looked for tracks or scat. She ignored the calls of owls and the rustling of porcupines in the underbrush. Her entire world was the glowing screen of that strange device. I was a navigator and a pack mule. A silent bodyguard for a woman on a mission I didn't understand. The silence of the deep woods began to feel different. It was no longer peaceful. It was expectant. The familiar shadows seemed to stretch and deepen, hiding things my mind couldn't or wouldn't comprehend. On the 3rd night, as she was calibrating a sensor near a babbling creek, I decided I couldn't go on without answers. The professional arrangement wasn't enough anymore. I needed to know what I was risking my neck for in the dead of night. Ellen, I said, my whisper sharp in the cold air. We need to talk. I've taken you to every spot on your map. I've kept quiet and done my job. But I'm not taking another step until you tell me what we're really doing out here. This isn't about raccoons or coyotes. I deserve to know what we're walking into. She stopped what she was doing and straightened up, her breath misting in the air. She looked at me, her expression unreadable in the gloom. I expected a deflection, another piece of scientific jargon. Instead, she gave a small, tired sigh. You're right, Kevin. You deserve to know. It's just a difficult thing to explain. She paused, gathering her thoughts. Have you ever heard the local stories about the Dover demon? I almost laughed. Of course. Every kid who grew up around here has. Teenagers see a monster, turns out to be a foal or a moose calf. It's a classic spook story. "It wasn't a moose calf," she said, her voice devoid of any doubt. "It was real, but it wasn't a demon, not in any mythological sense. I'm a cynobiologist, Kevin. My field is, to put it simply, the study of alien life. And I don't believe the creature that was sighted here in the 70s was from another planet. I believe it was from another dimension." She let that hang in the air. I stared at her, waiting for the punchline. It never came. She was completely serious. "Imagine our reality is the surface of a frozen lake," she continued, her tone shifting from that of a field researcher to a university lecturer. "It's solid, stable, predictable. But occasionally, due to immense gravitational or energetic stresses, a crack forms, a weak spot, a temporary rift. We believe that's what happened here in 1977. A juvenile of an extra-dimensional species, a child, fell through the ice. It was sighted, terrified, and disoriented, and it did what any lost child would do. It panicked, and it went into hiding." She gestured to the sensor in her hand. "My equipment isn't for observing animals. It's for detecting the non-baryonic energy signatures left by that rift, and the residual signature of the creature itself. Our calculations, based on cosmic ray fluctuations and temporal mechanics, suggest the weak spot is about to reappear. The ice is cracking again, briefly. We are here to find that child before it succumbs to our environment, which is fundamentally toxic to its biology. We're here to get it home before the rift closes for good. This wasn't a research mission. It was a rescue. The cameras weren't for observation. They were to establish a visual, to analyze the creature's condition. The strange humming and clicking sounds I'd occasionally heard her devices emit weren't malfunctions. She was broadcasting, trying to communicate. My job, I now understood, was not just to guide a scientist. It was to help find a lost, dying, alien child. The woods around me, the woods I had known my entire life, suddenly felt infinitely larger and more terrifying than I had ever imagined. My world had been turned upside down in the span of a single conversation. The familiar woods, a place I knew better than my own home, now felt alien and menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Before, I would have identified the sound instantly. A deer, a raccoon, the wind. Now, my imagination, fueled by Ellen's incredible story, populated the darkness with spindly limbs and glowing eyes. The hunt for a lost, extra-dimensional child was on, and I was an unwilling, but now fully committed, participant. My relationship with Ellen changed after her confession. The professional distance evaporated, replaced by a shared, unspoken tension. I was no longer just the hired help. I was the only other person on the planet who knew what she was doing in these woods. My questions, which had been cautious and probing, became practical and direct. "How do you know it's still alive?" I whispered as we packed up the gear from the creek side. "It's been decades since the 70s. Time flows differently between dimensions." She answered, her voice low and focused, as she carefully stowed a sensor. "What's been nearly 50 years? For us might have been a much shorter period for it, but our primary concern is biological incompatibility. Our atmosphere is like a slow, acting poison. Its cellular structure can't process our specific mix of oxygen, nitrogen, and pollutants. It's been surviving, not living. Our models predict it's reaching metabolic failure. That's why finding it, before the rift reopens is so crucial. It's running out of time. The following nights took on a new, desperate urgency. My role evolved. I was no longer just following her map. I was actively collaborating. I used my knowledge of the terrain to predict where a small, weakened creature might seek shelter. We focused on areas with fresh water sources, dense undergrowth, and natural rock formations that could serve as caves. Places a frightened animal would go to hide from a world it didn't understand. Ellen, in turn, began to explain her equipment to me. The handheld device was a reality state analyzer, mapping minute gravitational and quantum fluctuations. The creature's very presence, she explained, holding up the device, subtly warps the fabric of our space, time. It's like a heavy ball on a rubber sheet. We're not looking for the ball. We're looking for the indentation it makes. The camera traps were actually spectral emitters. They didn't just record. They broadcasted complex mathematical sequences, translated into resonant frequencies and light patterns. Their language isn't spoken. It's demonstrated. She told me one night as we set up a perimeter of emitters in a small, secluded meadow. It's a language of pure mathematics, of universal constants. We're broadcasting a message of non-aggression. A nursery rhyme, in a way. We're telling it we understand the principles of its reality, that we are beings of logic and not chaos. We're telling it we're here to help. On the fifth night, we got our first solid lead. We were moving along a ridge overlooking a marshy area when the analyzer in Ellen's hand let out a soft, low-frequency chime. It was a sound I hadn't heard before. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide. "What is it?" I whispered, my hand instinctively going to the heavy-duty flashlight on my belt. A proximal signature. "It's close," she breathed, her knuckles white as she gripped the device. The energy readings are faint, but they're fresh. Within the last hour, we descended from the ridge, moving with a stealth I didn't know I possessed. Every step was deliberate, calculated to make the least possible sound. The air grew thick and heavy, the silence pressing in on us. Ellen led the way, her eyes glued to the analyzer screen. The chimes grew slightly more frequent, a slow, steady heartbeat in the oppressive quiet. She stopped at the edge of the marsh, pointing to a cluster of cattails. The screen was showing a faint, pulsing light at that location. "It was right there," she whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. I scanned the area with my night vision monocular. There was nothing there now, but in the soft mud at the water's edge, I saw it. A track. It wasn't an animal print I recognized. It was a small, three-toed impression, long and slender, almost delicate. It was unlike anything a creature from this world would leave behind. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was real. The spook story, the legend, the impossible tale Ellen had told me. It was all real. We found more tracks leading away from the marsh and into a densely wooded area. But as we followed, the chimes from the analyzer began to fade, growing more and more infrequent until they stopped altogether. The trail went cold. The creature had sensed us or simply moved on. The disappointment was a physical weight. We had been so close. Ellen slumped against a tree, the exhaustion of the past few nights finally catching up to her. "It knows we're here," she said, her voice laced with frustration. "It's afraid of us. It's a lost kid in a strange place," I said, trying to offer some comfort, though my own nerves were shot. Of course, it's afraid. The next few nights were a blur of frustration and near misses. We found other signs. A patch of moss that glowed with a faint, residual phosphorescence, a series of strange, high-pitched clicks recorded by one of our audio sensors. But we never got as close as we had at the marsh. The creature was a ghost, always one step ahead of us. Ellen grew more and more strained. The window of opportunity, the period during which the rift would be stable enough for a return, was closing. Then, on the 8th night, something changed. The forest felt different. The normal nocturnal sounds were absent. There were no crickets, no owls, no rustling in the undergrowth. There was only a profound and unsettling silence. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. We were in a deep hollow, surrounded by ancient hemlocks, when Ellen's analyzer began to chime erratically. Not the steady, rhythmic pulse of a nearby signature, but a frantic, discordant series of alerts. "What's happened?" I asked, my voice tight. "I don't know," she replied, her eyes wide with alarm as she stared at the screen. "The energy readings are off the charts. It's not the creature's signature. It's something else. Something powerful." Suddenly, the air grew cold. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the ground. A feeling more than a sound. It was a bass note that seemed to shake the very marrow in my bones. The spectral emitters we had set up in a perimeter around us began to flicker wildly, their carefully calibrated light patterns turning into a chaotic strobe. "Ellen, what is that?" I demanded, my fear turning to anger. "You didn't tell me anything about this." "Because I didn't know." She shot back, her scientific composure completely gone, replaced by raw fear. "This isn't supposed to happen. The rift shouldn't be causing this kind of disturbance. This is wrong." The humming intensified, and a strange ozone-like smell filled the air. I looked up at the canopy of the ancient trees and saw something that made my blood run cold. The stars were gone, not blocked by clouds, but simply absent. In their place was a swirling vortex of darkness, a patch of sky that seemed to be drinking the light from the world. It wasn't a storm. It was a hole in reality, and from that hole, something was coming. Primal fear, cold and absolute, seized me. My experience in the wilderness had taught me to face down bears and navigate blinding storms, but this was a terror of a different order. This was the fear of the unknown, of a fundamental law of nature being broken before my eyes. The humming intensified, resonating not in my ears, but in my skeleton. The hole in the sky was no longer just an absence of stars. It was a wound in the fabric of the night, and it was bleeding darkness into our world. From the epicenter of that swirling void, a shape began to descend. It wasn't a creature of flesh and bone, not in any way I could comprehend. It was a being of pure geometry and impossible angles, a living manifestation of the non-Euclidean nightmares that lurk in the darkest corners of theoretical physics. It was vast, its form shifting and folding in on itself, seeming to occupy multiple points in space at once. Tendrils of what looked like solidified shadow unfurled from its central mass, probing the forest floor. Where they touched, the ancient hemlocks withered instantly, their needles turning to dust, their bark cracking and peeling away from dead wood. "Oh, God," Ellen whispered, her face pale in the chaotic light of her flickering equipment. Her scientific curiosity had been utterly consumed by awe and terror. The calculations were wrong. The energy signature, it wasn't the rift opening on its own. It was being forced open, Her words hit me with the force of a physical blow. We weren't waiting for a door to open. Something on the other side had been knocking, and now it had just kicked the door down. This wasn't a rescue mission anymore. We were ants on a picnic blanket, and the shadow of the boot was falling over us. The entity's attention wasn't on us. It was searching. The deep, resonant hum it emitted changed pitch, modulating into a series of low, frequency pulses that I could feel in my chest. It was calling, and something was answering. From the deep shadows near the hollow's edge, a small figure emerged. It was exactly as the legends describe it, a spindly, frail body, long, thin limbs that moved with a painful slowness, and a large, watermelon-shaped head. Its eyes, two large orbs, glowed with a soft, internal phosphorescence. The Dover demon. It looked weak, emaciated, and it flinched at the chaotic energy pulsing through the clearing. It took a few unsteady steps towards the colossal being that had torn a hole in our reality, and a series of soft, clicking noises emanated from it. A child answering its parents' call. The massive entity focused on the small creature. The searching, booming hum softened into a series of gentler, more complex vibrations. But as the child moved into the open, the parents' attention also fell upon us. The immense, multifaceted being turned its alien regard in our direction. I felt a pressure in my mind, a sense of being scrutinized, analyzed, and dismissed as both insignificant and a potential threat. The air crackled with energy. The ground beneath my feet felt like it was about to dissolve. The parent was not going to let anything stand between it and its child. The child stumbled. It was too weak. It had been in our world for too long, breathing our toxic air. And it didn't have the strength to cross the clearing. It let out a pathetic, clicking cry and collapsed onto the bed of pine needles. The parent entity reacted. The humming dropped to a threatening, guttural frequency. The shadows it cast seemed to deepen and wreathe. It perceived the child's collapse as a result of our presence. We were the obstacle. We were the threat. In that moment, with reality itself seeming to fray at the edges, Ellen did something extraordinary. She broke her own rigid protocols. She broke the rules of science, of observation, of self-preservation. She acted from a place of pure, unadulterated compassion. "I have to help it," she said, her voice cutting through the terrifying hum. It wasn't a question or a debate. It was a statement of fact. Before I could stop her, she ran from the relative safety of the trees, her boots crunching on the forest floor. She ran towards the fallen child. The parent entity loomed over her, a mountain of impossible geometry and cosmic power. I was sure I was about to watch her be unmade, erased from existence. But she didn't stop. She reached the small creature and gently, carefully, scooped its frail body into her arms. The Dover demon didn't struggle. It was light, almost weightless. It rested its large head on her shoulder, its glowing eyes blinking slowly. For one surreal, suspended moment, it wasn't a scientist and an alien. It was a woman carrying a lost child. She turned and walked towards the shimmering, unstable air at the base of the parent entity, the heart of the rift. The colossal being was still, its attention fixed on this small, fragile human performing an act of impossible kindness. The threatening hum ceased. The crushing pressure in the air lessened. It was watching. It was learning. Ellen knelt at the edge of the rift and gently placed the child on the ground. The creature looked up at her, then crawled the final few feet, disappearing into the shimmering curtain of distorted space. Before it vanished completely, it turned its head and looked back at us. Its glowing eyes met mine. There was no fear, no strangeness. There was only a look of profound and undeniable gratitude. Then it was gone. The parent entity retracted its shadowy tendrils. Without a sound, the colossal form ascended, back into the swirling vortex it had created. The hole in the night sky sealed itself, and the stars blinked back into existence, cold and distant and utterly normal. The humming stopped. The silence of the forest rushed back in, profound and complete. We were alone. Dr. Vance was on her knees, crying softly into her hands. They weren't tears of fear, but of relief, of triumph. "We did it," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "We got the kid home. I've guided many people into these woods. Some are hunting for a trophy, a photograph, a moment of glory. Dr. Vance was the only client I ever had who was hunting for compassion. In the face of a power that could have annihilated us without a thought, she chose to help. She reminded me, not everything that comes from the dark is dark itself. Some things are just lost, and all they want is to find their way home." My name is Dale Cobb. At least, that's what the driver's license in the wallet on the bedside table says. The face in the photo is mine. Weathered, a lies of fine lines around the eyes from a lifetime of squinting into the sun. A nose that's been broken twice. But the man in the picture looks sure of himself. He looks like he knows which way is north, just by feeling the breeze on his skin. I don't feel like that man anymore. The doctors use soft, placating tones. They tell me I'm lucky to be alive. A bad fall, they say, while guiding a party in the high Sierras. A severe concussion. Dehydration, exposure. They found me 2 weeks after I was reported missing, wandering delirious near a creek bed miles from any known trail. The story makes sense. It's a clean, logical explanation for the gaping holes in my memory, and the persistent, throbbing ache behind my right eye. It's a story I desperately want to believe. But then the dreams come. They aren't dreams, not really. They're more like fragments of a film, projected onto the back of my eyelids in the dead of night. They're vivid, hyper, realistic, and drenched in a cold, creeping dread that lingers long after I wake up sweating in the starched hospital sheets. In these flashes, there was no fall. There was a man, a mission, and a hunt for something that had no right to exist on this earth. In the dream, it all starts on a crisp Tuesday in late October. The aspens had already shed their gold, leaving skeletal fingers clawing at a steel, gray sky. I was at my cabin, a good 20 miles from the nearest paved road, splitting the last of the winter wood. It's a quiet life, the one I chose. I guide when I need the money, mostly wealthy city, folk looking to bag a buck or catch a glimpse of a black bear. The rest of the time, the mountains are my only company. I prefer it that way. That's why the sound of a vehicle approaching was so jarring. It wasn't the familiar rumble of a Forest Service truck or the grumble of a fellow local's beat-up pickup. This was a low, expensive purr, the sound of a luxury sedan navigating roads it was never designed for. I rested my axe and watched as a gleaming black car, impossibly clean for the journey it must have taken, pulled to a stop in my clearing. A man got out. He wore a black suit that probably cost more than my truck, a crisp white shirt, and a thin black tie. His shoes were polished to a mirror shine, and somehow they remained that way as he walked across the dusty, needle-strewn ground toward me. He was of average height and build, with a face that was utterly forgettable, the kind you'd lose in a crowd of two. He moved with a quiet, unnerving confidence, like a predator that knows it's at the top of the food chain, no matter the environment. "Mr. Dale Cobb?" he asked. His voice was flat, devoid of any accent or inflection. "Depends who's asking," I said, not bothering to hide the suspicion in my voice. I tightened my grip on the axe handle. He gave a thin, humorless smile. "My name is Agent Finch. I represent a private organization with an interest in unique biological specimens." I scoffed. "If you're looking for Bigfoot, you've got the wrong guy. I guide hunters, not ghost chasers." "We're not hunting a myth, Mr. Cobb," Finch said, his eyes never leaving mine. They were a pale, washed-out gray, and they seemed to analyze everything, from the wear on my boots to the tension in my shoulders. "We have definitive evidence of an unclassified, terrestrial species in a specific, remote sector of the Sierra Nevadas. A sector you know better than any other living person, according to our research." The way he said "our research" sent a little chill down my spine. I'm not a man who's easy to find. I like my privacy. The idea that some faceless organization had been digging into my life was unsettling. "What kind of species?" I asked. Finch reached into his suit jacket and produced a slim tablet. He tapped the screen and handed it to me. The footage was grainy, clearly from a motion-activated trail camera, time-stamped from just a few weeks prior. It showed a clearing at night, washed out in the infrared glow. For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then, something walked into frame from the left. It wasn't an animal. It couldn't be. It was a pair of long, impossibly thin legs, moving with a jerky, yet strangely graceful, gait. The legs were a stark, bone white against the dark forest. There was no torso, no arms, just the two legs supporting a small, indistinct nub at the top that might have been a head. It paused in the center of the clearing, the head nub swiveling slowly, before it continued its lurching walk and disappeared off the right side of the screen. The entire clip lasted maybe 15 seconds. It was utterly silent. I've spent 40 years in these mountains. I've seen mountain lions, bears, wolverines. I've seen strange things in the dead of night that my mind rationalized away by morning. I had never, ever seen anything like this. "What in God's name is that?" I whispered. "That's what we intend to find out," Finch said, taking the tablet back. "My organization is prepared to pay you a significant sum for your services. You will guide my team to the location where this was filmed. You will help us track the specimen. Your duties will end there. You will not be required to participate in the acquisition." He named a price. It was an absurd number, enough to buy my cabin 10 times over, enough to never have to work another day in my life. It was the kind of money that screamed danger and don't ask questions. My rational mind, the part of me that had kept me alive in the wilderness for decades, was screaming at me to say no. To tell this strange man in his black suit to get back in his fancy car and drive away. This was government business, or something weirder. And it was the kind of trouble that like me killed and buried where no one will ever find him. But the guide in me, the professional, was hooked. That thing on the video, it was real. And it was walking in my mountains. A part of me, the part that craves the unknown, had to see it with my own eyes. "There are conditions," I said, my voice hoarse. "I'm in charge of the route. My word on safety is final. And I carry my own rifle. Finch's thin smile returned. Perfectly acceptable. We will need you to sign a non-disclosure agreement, of course. It's quite comprehensive. 2 days later, I was at a remote trailhead near Fresno, the designated rendezvous point. Finch arrived in the same black sedan, but this time he was followed by a large, unmarked black van. Out of it filed 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Like Finch, they were dressed in practical, dark-colored tactical gear, but there was no insignia, no flags, nothing to identify them. They moved with a quiet, disciplined efficiency, loading gear from the van into specialized backpacks. They weren't soldiers, not in the traditional sense. They didn't have the boisterous energy of military grunts. They were quiet, observant, and their eyes held the same cold, analytical focus as Finch's. They nodded at me in greeting, but no one offered a name. Their equipment was strange. There were no high-powered hunting rifles. Instead, I saw sleek, compact devices that looked more like scientific instruments than weapons. There were things that hummed with a low energy and folded up contraptions made of a dark, non-reflective metal. My old, reliable 30-06 Winchester felt like a relic from another century next to their gear. "This is my recovery team," Finch said simply. "You are the guide, Mr. Cobb. Lead the way." And so I did. I led this silent, strange procession away from the world of roads and self-service into the deep heart of the Sierra Nevadas. With every step we took, the air grew colder, the silence more profound. I felt like I was leading them into another world, a place where the rules of nature I had known my whole life were about to be broken. The feeling of being watched had already begun to settle on me, a prickling on the back of my neck that had nothing to do with the autumn chill. We were hunting something, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were the ones being led into a trap. The first 2 days were a grueling, uphill trek. I pushed the pace, taking them through dense manzanita thickets and up steep granite slopes that would have left most weekend hikers gasping for air. Finch's team, however, was unfazed. They moved with a steady, relentless rhythm, their breathing controlled, their movements economical. They never complained, never asked for a break. They simply followed, their eyes constantly scanning the terrain, missing nothing. They operated with a level of coordination I'd only seen in packs of wolves. They used hand signals, a silent language of gestures that was both efficient and unnerving. At night, they set up a perimeter around our small camp with a speed and precision that was almost robotic. They didn't use tents, just lightweight bivy sacks laid out in a defensive circle. They ate cold, pre-packaged rations and took turns on watch, 2 at a time. Their faces illuminated by the faint green glow of night vision optics. I tried to make small talk with one of them on the first night, a woman with a severe haircut and a scar that cut through her left eyebrow. "Send much action?" I asked, nodding toward the sophisticated gear laid out beside her. She looked at me, her expression unreadable. "We are proficient," she said, and then turned back to her task of cleaning a device that looked like a cross between a stud finder and a ray gun. The conversation was over. It was clear I was an outsider, a temporary tool to be used and discarded. Finch was the only one who spoke to me at any length, and our conversations were strictly business. He'd consult me on the best route, ask about water sources, or point to a track on the ground and ask for my analysis. "Coyote," I'd say, heading east, probably a lone male. "And this?" he'd ask, pointing to a different mark. "Deer." A doe and a fawn passed through here this morning. He would nod, absorbing the information, his gray eyes betraying nothing. He was a sponge, soaking up my lifetime of knowledge, and it made my skin crawl. On the morning of the third day, we found the first sign. We were in a high-altitude meadow, surrounded by ancient, gnarled junipers. One of the team members, a tall man with the build of a linebacker, held up a hand, and the entire group froze mid-step. He pointed toward the ground. There in the soft earth were two deep, narrow impressions. They weren't hoof prints or paw prints. They were just two clean, round holes, about an inch in diameter and maybe 6 inches deep, spaced about 4 feet apart. It was as if someone had walked through the meadow on a pair of stilts. A cold knot formed in my stomach. I'd seen the video, but seeing the physical evidence, the proof that this thing had passed through this very spot, was different. It made it real. "They're fresh," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Within the last 12 hours, Finch knelt, pulling a small device from his belt. He passed it over the tracks, and it emitted a series of soft clicks. "No biological residue," he murmured, more to himself than to me. "No skin cells, no hair, no oils. It's like a ghost." From that point on, the atmosphere of the hunt changed. The team's quiet professionalism sharpened into a tense, palpable focus. They moved slower, more deliberately, their heads on a constant swivel. The strange humming from their equipment became more persistent. We were no longer just hiking. We were stalking our prey. We followed the tracks for the rest of the day. They led us out of the meadow and into a dense forest of lodgepole pines, where the ground was a soft carpet of needles. The trail was harder to follow here, but the team had their own methods. One of them produced a handheld scanner with a small screen. He swept it across the forest floor, and a faint, glowing trail of green particles appeared on the display. The things left a trail, but one invisible to the naked eye. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange, the humming from their devices grew more intense. We were close. I could feel it. A static charge in the air that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Finch signaled for us to halt at the edge of a clearing. He and the team donned their night vision gear, their faces becoming inhuman masks with glowing green eyes. He handed me a pair. "Put these on," he commanded, "and stay behind us. No matter what you see, do not fire your weapon unless I give the order. Is that understood?" I nodded, my mouth too dry for words. I slipped on the goggles, and the world dissolved into a grainy, emerald landscape. The familiar forest was transformed into an alien jungle. We waited. The silence was absolute. Not even the chirping of crickets or the hoot of an owl broke the stillness. It was a dead silence, a vacuum, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. And then we saw them. They emerged from the trees on the far side of the clearing, just as they had in the video. A pair of them. 2 sets of long, bone, white legs, moving with that same impossible, lurching grace. They were taller than I had imagined, maybe 7 or 8 feet high. They moved without a sound. Their stilt-like feet leaving no impression on the pine needles. They were like marionettes whose strings had been cut, drifting through the world with a purpose I couldn't begin to fathom. The sight was so bizarre, so fundamentally wrong, that my brain struggled to process it. It was like looking at a glitch in reality. Finch's team moved into action. There was no shouting, no wasted motion. Two members unslung devices from their backs and aimed them at the creatures. They let out a low, subsonic thrum that I felt more than heard, a vibration that seemed to shake my bones. The effect on the creatures, the pale walkers, as my dream self called them, was immediate. They faltered, their smooth, gliding movements becoming jerky and uncoordinated. They stumbled like newborn fawns, their long legs splaying out at odd angles. While two of the team kept the walkers to the sonic emitters, the other three moved in from the flanks. They carried the folded, up metal contraptions I had seen earlier. With a flick of their wrists, the devices snapped open, revealing themselves to be portable projectors. They set them on the ground, forming a triangle around the two staggering creatures. "Net on?" Finch said, his voice a low command in my ear through a small radio he'd given me. A shimmering field of blue light flickered into existence between the three projectors, forming a triangular cage. The energy net crackled and hissed, phasing in and out of existence. It wasn't a physical barrier, but something else entirely. One of the walkers, recovering slightly from the sonic blast, lurched forward and touched the wall of light. It didn't recoil. Instead, its legs seemed to dissolve into the blue energy for a moment before reforming. But it was thrown back, its movements even more erratic. This was not a hunt. It was a highly advanced, technological recovery operation. As his team worked to secure the struggling creatures, Finch turned to me. His face was a ghostly green in the night vision, his expression intense. "You see, Mr. Cobb," he said, his voice low and conspiratorial. "These things aren't biological, not in any sense that we understand. They're probes. Semi-sentient, autonomous drones constructed from a material that perfectly mimics organic matter, right down to the cellular level. But there's no DNA, no nervous system, no life." I stared at him, then back at the impossible things stumbling inside the energy net. Drones, probes. The words didn't seem to fit. "They're not the aliens, Dale." He continued, using my first name for the first time. The sudden familiarity was more unnerving than his professional distance. "They're the aliens' disposable cameras." The horror of his words settled in my gut like a block of ice. It wasn't the creatures themselves that were terrifying. It was what they represented. These things weren't the mystery. They were the evidence of a far greater, more terrifying mystery. We were being observed, surveyed, cataloged. By whom? For what purpose? My organization has been aware of these incursions for over 50 years. Finch said, his gaze fixed on the captured probes. They appear in remote locations all over the globe for a few weeks at a time, and then they vanish. We've recovered fragments before, but never a fully functional, undamaged specimen. This is a historic moment. The implications of his words spun in my head, making me dizzy. 50 years. An organization with technology decades ahead of anything I'd ever seen, hunting for alien cameras. My place in the universe, which had once seemed so solid and central, was shrinking, becoming a single, insignificant speck of dust. We weren't the masters of this world. We weren't even the main characters in the story. We were just part of the scenery. And something out there was taking pictures. For a moment, there was a sense of triumph in the air. Finch's team had done it. They had successfully contained two of the impossible creatures. Two of the team members were producing thick, metallic-looking sheets, preparing to wrap the probes for transport, while the others maintained the sonic emitters and the energy net. Finch watched with a look of grim satisfaction. The culmination of 50 years of effort play out before him in a silent, emerald green tableau. But one of the walkers, the one that had tested the net, stopped struggling. It stood perfectly still in the center of the shimmering cage, its lanky form a pillar of bone, white against the glowing blue energy. It was as if it had accepted its fate. Then, slowly, deliberately, it turned its head nub, not toward the team members advancing on it, but directly toward Agent Finch, who stood beside me. There was no sound, no warning. A light bloomed from the top of the nub, but it wasn't a light you see with your eyes. It was a beam of pure information, a torrent of raw data that bypassed my senses and slammed directly into my consciousness. It was a psychic shotgun blast. My mind, which had been a familiar, orderly place my whole life, was suddenly and violently invaded. I saw things I have no words for, concepts my brain was not built to contain. I saw cities built from woven light, hanging in the voids between galaxies. I saw beings of pure geometry and sound, their thoughts like symphonies, their movements altering the fabric of space-time. I witnessed the birth of stars, not as a slow, cosmic process, but as a fleeting pop, like mayflies hatching on a summer evening. I saw entire civilizations rise and fall in the time it takes to draw a breath. Their histories, their art, their loves and wars compressed into a single, unbearable instant. It wasn't a communication. There was no attempt to translate, no effort to make it understandable. It was a data dump, a raw, unfiltered feed of its origin, its purpose, its creators. It was the equivalent of having the entire Library of Congress, every book, every photograph, every microfilm, injected directly into my skull in less than a second. The sheer volume of it was in agony. My own memories, my identity as Dale Cobb, my knowledge of trees and trails, and the simple truths of the world were being crushed, overwritten by a tidal wave of alien experience. I felt my sense of self being torn apart, shredded into meaningless confetti. Through the psychic noise, I could feel the others experiencing the same thing. One of the women on the team dropped her sonic emitter and clawed at her helmet, a silent scream distorting her face. The big man who had found the tracks collapsed to his knees, his body convulsing. The world seen through the night. Vision goggles began to warp and twist, the green landscape melting like wax. The last coherent thought I could grasp was Finch's voice, not in my ear, but in my mind, a frantic shout amidst the hurricane of alien images.
It's a defensive measure!
It's wiping us, deleting the files. The realization was the final, crushing horror. We weren't just being attacked, we were being erased. Our minds, our very existence, were nothing more than an inconvenient record for some cosmic observer. A record that was now being scrubbed clean. The probe wasn't just a camera. It was also the janitor. Then came a flash of pure, white light that consumed everything. It was not a color, but the absence of everything else. It was the end. I wake up to the smell of antiseptic and the soft, rhythmic beep of a machine. The light is soft, filtered through blinds. A woman in a blue uniform is checking a clear bag of fluid hanging by my bed. She smiles when she sees my eyes are open. "Welcome back, Mr. Cobb," she says, her voice gentle. "You gave us quite a scare. They tell me I had a bad fall, that I was guiding a group of amateur hikers. A fiction. A cover story that must have been planted by Finch's people, and I slipped near a ravine. They tell me I have retrograde amnesia from a severe concussion. that I was lost for 2 weeks before a search party found me. The story fits the facts mostly. My body is bruised and weak. I have gaps in my memory. Vast, empty canyons, where there should be mountains of experience. I can't remember my mother's face, or the name of the dog I had as a boy. But the story doesn't explain the dreams. It doesn't explain the lingering echoes of impossible sights, the phantom feeling of my mind being stretched to the breaking point. And it doesn't explain what they found in my hand. One of the rescuers, a young, talkative ranger, told me about it on his second visit. He said I was clutching something so tightly they had to pry my fingers open. It was a small, smooth, black object, like a river stone, but it was made of a material no one could identify. It was completely non-reflective, absorbing all light, and it was cold to the touch, impossibly cold, even after being in my warm hand for who knows how long. He said the government took it. Some geological survey team, he figured. I knew better. I don't know what happened to Finch or his team. Are they in a hospital like me, with their minds wiped clean, left with nothing but a vague sense of cosmic terror? Or did the wipey do its job more thoroughly on them? Am I the only one left with these fractured memories, these scars on my soul? Sometimes I look out the hospital window at the sky, and the old comfort I used to find in its vastness is gone. It's been replaced by a deep, abiding fear. I remember the feeling, clear as day, of my place in the universe shrinking to that of a single grain of sand on an infinite beach. We're not alone, I know that now. But the presence out there is not a benevolent one, nor is it malevolent. It's worse. It's indifferent. We are simply data, scenery. And every now and then, something comes to take a picture. And if the camera gets broken, it simply deletes the film. I think. But I'm not the man I was. That man died in the mountains under a silent, watching sky, erased by a flash of white light. My name is Clay Russell. If you are reading this, do not look for the artist. There is nothing left to find, nothing but a warning. I've spent my entire life in the shadow of the Appalachian Mountains, and I make my living guiding people through their deepest, most untamed corners. I've led geologists to rare rock formations, documentary crews in search of endangered flora, and wealthy hunters looking for the kind of trophy buck you can't find on some manicured game preserve. I know the trails my grandfather cut and the ones the deer cut before him. I know the sound of a bear bluff charging and the smell of a copperhead in the underbrush. I thought I knew every secret the mountains held. Then I met Julian Croft. He didn't find me through my website or a referral from the local outfitter. He found me in a dusty corner of a university library, where I was looking over old survey maps for a client. He simply appeared at the end of the aisle, a stark figure who seemed to absorb the dim light around him. His name, he said, was Julian Croft, but he insisted I call him the artist. He was a surrealist painter, a name of some renown in circles I'd never heard of and had no desire to join. He was tall and gaunt, with a pallor that suggested he'd never spent a full day under an open sky. His clothes were, without exception, black boots, black trousers, a black turtleneck that looked suffocating even in the air-conditioned library. His intensity was the most unsettling thing about him. His eyes, dark and deep, set, didn't just look at you. They seemed to be trying to peel back the layers of your reality to see what lay beneath. He hired me for a 10-day trip into the deepest parts of the range. into a sector I call the Green Labyrinth. It's a place where the trees are ancient, their canopies so thick that the forest floor lives in a perpetual twilight. The trails there are faint memories, and the silence is so profound it feels like a physical weight. Most guides won't go near it. The fee he offered was astronomical, enough to pay off my mortgage and then some. When a man offers you that kind of money, you know he isn't hunting for sport. So, what's the target? I asked him over coffee at a small diner, the only place in town that was open late. He looked entirely out of place, a shard of obsidian in a room of worn linoleum and faded vinyl. He took a slow, deliberate sip from his cup before answering, his eyes fixed on me. I'm not hunting an animal, Mr. Russell. I'm hunting an idea, a sensation. I am hunting the not deer. I almost choked on my coffee. I'd heard the stories, of course. Every guide and old-timer in these mountains has. Their whispers shared over campfires, cautionary tales told to greenhorns to keep them from wandering off. A deer that's wrong. Fundamentally, impossibly wrong. Its legs bend the wrong way, like a flamingo's. It has too many joints, causing it to move with a stuttering, unnatural gait. Its eyes, they say, are on the front of its head like a wolf's, and they hold a terrifying, predatory intelligence. Looking at it for too long is supposed to give you a blinding headache, a feeling of vertigo, of profound unreality, as if your brain is trying to reject the very sight of it. Most people who claim to have seen it are dismissed as drunk or crazy. I'd always filed it away under local folklore, a boogeyman for the woods. Croft wasn't afraid of this. He craved it. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It is a living piece of surrealist art, don't you see? A creature that defies the established logic of biology and physics. It warps reality just by existing. It is a walking, breathing paradox. And you want to what? Shoot it, put its head on your wall, I asked, my skepticism clear. A thin, cold smile touched his lips. Good heavens, no. That would be like burning a masterpiece. I don't even want to photograph it. A photograph captures a static image, a lie. It freezes a moment. I want to capture the experience. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the space between us. I want to be hunted by it. I want to feel its reality, bending presence. To stand at the edge of that cognitive abyss and let it gaze back into me. I want to experience that fundamental wrongness, that violation of nature, and then I want to capture that feeling on canvas. I stared at him, trying to decide if he was insane or just the most pretentious man I'd ever met. Probably both. You want to use yourself as bait, thing that might not even exist, and if it does, might just erase you from the face of the earth. Precisely, he said, his eyes gleaming with an ecstatic fire. Art must be honest, Clay. It must be raw and unflinching. And the most honest thing in the universe is the thing that does not belong. The glitch in the system. I will not paint the creature itself. That would be a vulgar imitation. I will paint its absence. I will paint the hole it leaves in the world, the tear in the fabric of what we consider real. My job, he explained, was to be the lookout, the witness, the anchor to reality. I was to carry the rifle not to harm the creature, but to protect him from the more mundane threats of the forest. Bears, rogue boars, other people. I was to keep him from getting lost, from starving, from falling off a cliff. But my most important duty, the one he stressed above all others, was to keep him from getting erased. didn't elaborate on what that meant, and I was too unnerved to ask. Against every instinct screaming at me to walk away, I took the job. The money was too good to ignore, and a part of me, the part that had grown up with those campfire stories, was morbidly curious. We set out 2 days later. His gear was a bizarre mix of high-end survival equipment and an artist's studio. He had a state of the art tent and sleeping bag, but half his pack was taken up by a heavy, collapsible easel, a portfolio of stretched canvases, and an ornate wooden box filled with oil paints and brushes. I carried my usual kit: a heavy caliber rifle, a sidearm, enough food for 2 weeks, a medical kit, and a satellite phone for emergencies. The first day was a grueling hike into the foothills. The forest was still familiar. The sounds and smells those of a world that made sense. But as we pushed deeper on the second day, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller, the woods darker. The chirping of birds and the rustle of squirrels faded away, replaced by a deep, listening silence. We were entering the green labyrinth. By the third afternoon, we reached the clearing Croft had chosen from the maps. It was a perfect circle, almost unnaturally so, with a floor of soft moss and surrounded by ancient, monolithic oaks. It felt like a stage. "This is the place," he whispered, his voice filled with reverence. He immediately began setting up his easel, positioning it to face the dense, dark wall of trees at the edge of the clearing. He placed a blank canvas upon it, and then did nothing. He just stood there, staring at the empty white square, waiting. My job was to watch our backs, to be the anchor. But as the sun began to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that the anchor was already beginning to drag. We waited. For 2 full days, we waited in that unnervingly perfect clearing. Julian Croft did nothing but stand before his blank canvas, sometimes for hours on end, motionless as a heron waiting for a fish. He barely ate, taking only small sips of water I brought to him. He didn't seem to notice the chill that descended at night or the oppressive humidity that clung to the air during the day. His focus was absolute, his gaze locked on the empty white rectangle, as if he could will his subject into existence through sheer intensity. My own role was reduced to that of a sentry guarding a statue. I made my slow, methodical circuits around the clearing, my rifle a comforting but increasingly useless, feeling weight in my hands. I scanned the tree line, listening for any sound that was out of place, but there were no sounds. That was the problem. The profound silence of the green labyrinth began to wear on me. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a remote wilderness. It was a dead, sterile vacuum. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Not even the whisper of wind through the leaves. It felt like the entire forest was holding its breath. My senses, honed by a lifetime in the woods, were screaming that something was wrong. This was not a natural silence. It was an imposed one. On the second day, I started to feel a strange pressure in my ears, the kind you get when you're descending in an airplane. My own footsteps on the mossy ground sounded deafeningly loud, intrusive. By the evening of the third day, my nerves were frayed to the breaking point. The isolation was a physical thing, a heavy blanket smothering my thoughts. I was beginning to think Croft was simply mad, that he'd dragged me out here on a fool's errand to chase a ghost story. I was calculating how much of his fee I could reasonably keep if I just packed up and left him to his meditative staring. When the world tilted on its axis, it wasn't a sound or a sight that signaled its arrival. It was a feeling. A sudden, nauseous lurch in my stomach. Like missing a step on a staircase that isn't there. A wave of vertigo washed over me so intensely that I had to brace myself against an oak tree to keep from falling. The air grew thick and heavy, and a low, subsonic hum vibrated through the soles of my boots, a note so deep it felt like it was resonating with my own bones. The world went fuzzy at the edges. I blinked, and for a terrifying second, the clearing seemed to flicker, the trees momentarily replaced by a flat, gray nothingness before snapping back into place. The sounds of the forest, which had been absent for so long, suddenly returned, but they were broken, disjointed. A bird call would start, a familiar chickadee's song, but it would cut off halfway through, clipped short as if by a faulty audio recording. The gentle gurgle of a nearby stream became erratic, stopping and starting in stuttering bursts. I felt a breeze on my left cheek, and a second later, another one on the back of my neck, blowing from the opposite direction. My brain struggled to process the contradictory sensory input, and a sharp, stabbing pain lanced through my temples. Then I saw it. At the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the deep shadows beneath the ancient oaks, stood the reason for the wrongness. It had the general shape of a white-tailed deer, but every single detail was a flagrant violation of nature. Its coat was a pale, sickly white, the color of bone. Its front legs, impossibly long and thin, bent backwards at the knee. Its neck was too long, jointed in ways that a spine should not be, allowing its head to swivel with a horrifying, insect-like smoothness. And its eyes, they were the worst part. They were set in the front of its narrow skull, the eyes of a predator, and they seemed to be looking directly at me and away from me at the same time. They were intelligent, ancient, and utterly, terrifyingly alien. It didn't walk. It glitched. It moved through trees in a series of jerky, impossible shifts in position. One moment it was there. The next it was 10 feet to the left, with no discernible movement between the 2 points. It was like watching a corrupted video file, a tear in the fabric of the world. The sight of it was physically painful. My eyes watered, and the vertigo returned with a vengeance. It felt like my mind was trying to violently reject the information my eyes were sending it. I fumbled for my rifle, my hands shaking uncontrollably, but a sound from across the clearing froze me in place. It was a gasp, a sound of pure, unadulterated, ecstatic joy. Yes, Croft whispered, his voice trembling with a terrifying reverence. Magnificent. He had turned from his canvas and was staring at the creature, his face alight with a kind of manic glee I have never seen before or since. There was no fear in his eyes, only the wild, obsessive passion of an artist who has finally come face to face with his muse. He turned back to his easel, seized a brush, and began to paint. The not deer turned its full attention to him. As its impossible eyes fixed on the artist, the world around Croft began to unravel. It started subtly. The vibrant greens of the moss and ferns near his feet seemed to desaturate, fading to a dull, lifeless gray. The rough, gnarled bark of the tree behind him lost its texture, becoming smooth and featureless, like a cheap computer rendering. He was being edited out of the world. The very air around him seemed to thin and shimmer, as if reality itself was becoming unstable in his presence.
Julian!
I screamed, but my voice was a thin, distant thing, swallowed by the oppressive, humming silence. It felt like I was shouting through a pane of thick glass. He didn't hear me, or if he did, he didn't care. He just kept painting, his brushstrokes frantic, precise, and utterly consumed. He wasn't painting the creature. I could see the canvas from where I stood, and he wasn't trying to render the impossible anatomy of the knot. Deer. He was painting the forest around it, the distorted trees, the glitching light, the very wrongness of the scene. And in the center of the canvas, where he himself stood, he was leaving a perfect, man-shaped blank space. He was painting his own absence. He was documenting the whole he was about to lead in the world. The knot deer took one more glitching, stuttering step forward, its predator eyes fixed on the artist. The humming intensified, the pressure in my ears became unbearable, and for a moment, the entire world dissolved into a nauseating swirl of colorless static. And then it was over. The humming stopped. The pressure vanished. The sounds of the forest returned to normal. The knot deer was gone, and so was Julian Croft. He was simply no longer there. Not dead. Not vanished in a puff of smoke. The space he had occupied a moment before now held nothing but air. His easel stood exactly where it had been. His expensive paints and brushes lay scattered on the mossy ground. The only thing that had changed was the complete and total absence of Julian Croft. It was as if the universe had performed a meticulous, surgical excision, removing him from existence without disturbing anything else. The world felt solid again. The birds, silent for so long, began to sing their full, uninterrupted songs. A gentle, consistent breeze rustled the leaves of the ancient oaks. The wrongness was gone, but its echo was a terrifying, man-shaped hole in the middle of the clearing. For a long moment, I couldn't move. My mind, which had been stretched to the breaking point by the impossible sights and sensations, refused to process this final, quiet horror. My ears were ringing. I could feel the frantic thumping of my heart against my ribs. I slowly, hesitantly, lowered my rifle, the weapon feeling absurdly useless. What good is a bullet against a creature that can edit you out of reality? My legs, acting on their own accord, carried me across the clearing. I walked like a man in a dream, my boots making no sound on the soft moss. I stopped before the easel. The painting was finished, and it was a masterpiece. It was also the most terrifying thing I have ever seen. Croft had been a genius. I had to give him that. He had perfectly captured the fractured, disjointed reality of the knot, deer's presence. The trees in the painting were twisted and warped, their colors bleeding into one another. The light seemed to be coming from multiple, impossible directions at once. He had painted the vertigo, the nausea, the cognitive dissonance. And in the center, where he had stood, was the blank space. It wasn't just unpainted canvas, it was a void. A perfect silhouette of a man that seemed to suck in the light and color around it. It was a portrait of absence, so profound and so absolute that looking at it made my stomach churn and my head spin. It was a suicide note written in oil and canvas. It was a doorway to nothingness. That was what broke the spell. A primal animal fear, colder and sharper than anything I had ever known, seized me. My training, my experience, my lifetime of calm competence in the wilderness, it all evaporated. I was no longer a guide. I was prey. I turned and ran. I didn't pack up Croft's expensive tent or his state of the art gear. I didn't even think about the satellite phone in his pack. I left the easel where it stood, a lonely monument to a man's insane obsession. I grabbed my own pack and my rifle, and I fled from that clearing without a single backwards glance. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest. I crashed through the undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and tore at my clothes. The green labyrinth, which had been merely unnerving on the way in, was now a place of active, malevolent dread. Every shadow seemed to hold a flicker of impossible movement. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a glitching footstep. The familiar trails I had followed for years now seemed to twist and turn, trying to lead me back to the clearing. The forest itself felt alien, hostile. I felt the predatory intelligence of those front-facing eyes on my back with every step. I didn't stop to eat or drink. I didn't stop when darkness fell. I pushed on, guided by my compass and a desperate, clawing need to escape. Sometime during the second day of my flight, I broke free. I stumbled out of the ancient, silent woods and into a younger part of the forest. And the change was as abrupt as stepping into another world. I heard a woodpecker drumming on a dead tree, a sound so normal, so wonderfully, beautifully mundane that I fell to my knees and wept. The world felt solid again. The rules of physics felt stable. I was back in a reality that made sense. I made it back to my truck a day later, looking like a ghost. I was gaunt, scratched, and my eyes were wide with a terror that I knew would never fully leave me. I drove straight home, locked the doors, and didn't leave the house for a week. What do you do when you witness something like that? Who do you tell? I couldn't go to the police. Officer, my client was deleted from reality by a surrealist deer. They would have locked me in a padded room. Croft had no family that I knew of. He had told me he was utterly alone, dedicated only to his art. He had paid me in cash in advance. As far as the world was concerned, Julian Croft, the artist, had simply walked away. And in a way he had. I kept the money. I tell myself it's payment for my silence, for the piece of my sanity that I left behind in that clearing. I don't guide anymore. I can't. The woods are no longer a sanctuary for me. They are a place where the veil between worlds is thin, where things that should not be can slip through. Sometimes at night, I wake up in a cold sweat, the image of that man, shaped void on the canvas burned into my mind. The painting is still out there, I suppose, standing in that silent, unnaturally perfect clearing. It is a masterpiece. It is a warning. It is a portrait of the void. So I will say this one last time. Do not go looking for things that are wrong. Do not seek out the glitches in the world. You may find that you are the thing that can be most easily corrected. My name is Arthur Crane, and for 20 years, the Rocky Mountains were my church, my office, and my kingdom. Men with more money than sense would come from all over the world and pay a king's ransom for me to lead them into the deep wilderness. They sought the thrill of the hunt, a trophy to hang on their wall, a story to tell their friends back in the civilized world. I gave them what they wanted because I was the best. There wasn't a man alive who could read the mountains like I could. I could tell you the age of a track by the moisture in the soil, the mood of a bull elk by the scent on the wind, and the coming of a storm by the silence of the birds. The wilderness spoke a language, and I was its most fluent interpreter. I was a man of logic, of tangible evidence. A footprint, a broken twig, a pile of scat. These were the facts upon which my world was built. I've tracked mountain lions through blizzards that would blind a lesser man and guided clients out of whiteouts so dense you couldn't see your own hands. I respected the wilderness, but I never feared it. Fear is a product of the unknown, and out there, I knew everything. I knew the predators, their habits, their territories. I knew the terrain, every treacherous pass and hidden valley. But my confidence was built on a simple premise. I was always hunting something made of flesh and blood. I was not prepared to hunt an idea. You can't put a bullet in a shadow. And you can't track a monster that's already found a home inside your own mind. My last client, the one who changed everything, found me in late autumn, just as the aspens were shedding their final golden leaves. He didn't call or email like the others. He simply appeared at my remote cabin one evening, his expensive European car struggling up the gravel track I called a driveway. He introduced himself as Dr. Eris Thorne. He was a tall, unnervingly thin man, dressed in a tailored tweed suit that looked completely out of place against the rugged backdrop of the mountains. His face was a study in contrasts, sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to see right through you, set above a mouth that was perpetually on the verge of a nervous tremor. He carried an old leather briefcase and moved with a kind of restless energy, as if his own skin were an ill-fitting coat. "Mr. Crane," he said, his voice a low, cultured baritone that seemed to vibrate with suppressed intensity. "Your reputation precedes you. They say you can track anything that walks, crawls, or flies in these mountains." "They say a lot of things, Doctor," I replied, leaning against my doorframe, not yet inviting him in. "Most of them are true." "What are you hunting?" He offered a thin, fleeting smile. "Something unique. A predator of unparalleled intelligence and cunning. It has been observing me." There was a strange emphasis on that last word, a weight that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I've dealt with all kinds of clients. The arrogant CEO, the quiet collector, the weekend warrior trying to prove something to himself. But Thorne was different. There was a frantic, almost desperate energy humming beneath his calm exterior. "There are a lot of predators in these mountains," I said, my skepticism plain. "Bear, wolf, mountain lion. You'll have to be more specific." "It is none of those," he said, opening his briefcase on the hood of his car. He didn't produce a map or a photograph, but a series of charcoal sketches on heavy parchment. They were nonsensical, terrifying. One drawing showed a creature with the lean, starved body of a wolf but the wings of a great owl. Another depicted a shadowy form with long, spider-like limbs and eyes that glowed like hot coals. It was a composite of a dozen different nightmares, a biological impossibility. "I'm a guide, Dr. Thorne, not a cryptozoologist," I said, pushing the drawings back toward him. "If you're looking for Bigfoot, you've got the wrong man. Mythology, Mr. Crane, is merely the catalog of things we don't yet understand," he countered, his eyes gleaming with a feverish light. "This creature is real. It has been stalking the lands around my private lodge, deep in the San Juan Range. I am not paying you to believe me. I am paying you for your skills, your focus, your unparalleled ability to perceive things others miss." He then named a price so astronomical, it made my breath catch in my throat. It was enough to retire on, to leave this life behind for good. Against my better judgment, my curiosity, and my greed were picked. 2 days later, I was in a helicopter with Thorne, flying deeper into the mountains than I'd ever been before. His lodge was a monument to isolation, a sprawling structure of dark timber and smoked glass built on a cliff overlooking a desolate, windswept valley. There were no roads, no trails, no signs of human life for 100 miles in any direction. We were utterly alone. The hunt began the next morning, but it was unlike any hunt I had ever conducted. There were no rifles, no tracking gear, no discussion of wind direction or terrain. Instead, Thorn led me into the ancient, silent forest that surrounded the lodge and instructed me to sit on a fallen log. "We will not be looking for tracks," he explained, his voice a hushed whisper. "This creature does not interact with the physical world in a conventional way. It is a thing of the periphery, of suggestion. You must focus your eyes. Look at everything and nothing at once. Tell me what you see in the corners of your vision." I thought he was insane. I was a man of action, of tangible pursuits. Sitting in the woods to meditate felt like a fool's errand. But he was paying me, so I did as he asked. For the first hour, I saw nothing but the forest, the gentle sway of pine branches, the dance of dust motes in a sunbeam, a curious chickadee hopping on a nearby branch. I was about to tell Thorn this was a waste of time when I saw it. Or I thought I did. A flicker of movement to my far left. A shadow that detached itself from other shadows and moved with an unnatural speed before vanishing. "There," I said, pointing. Something moved. Thorn nodded slowly, a grim satisfaction on his face. "Good, you are receptive. What was it?" "Probably just a deer." I lied, it hadn't moved like any deer I'd ever seen. "Look again, Arthur," he urged, his voice hypnotic. "Clear your mind of what you think you know. The world is so much stranger than your five senses would have you believe." We continued this bizarre ritual for days. Thorn would guide me through what he called psychological priming exercises, long, rambling conversations about folklore, quantum physics, and the nature of consciousness. He spoke of the power of belief to shape reality, of collective anxieties, manifesting as physical entities. It was the eloquent, intricate rambling of a brilliant madman. Yet, the longer I spent with him, the more the lines of my own rigid reality began to blur. I started seeing more things. A flash of what looked like a huge, dark wing between the trees. A pair of red eyes, glowing for just a second in the deep dusk before disappearing. A sound like a woman weeping, carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. Each time I tried to rationalize it. A bird, the reflection of my own headlamp, the wind playing tricks. But the explanations felt increasingly hollow. The power of suggestion is a potent, insidious thing. Thorn was planting these images in my head, and the fertile ground of this profound isolation was making them grow. I felt a creeping dread, a fear of the unknown that I hadn't felt since I was a child. The mountains, my sanctuary, were beginning to feel like a cage, and I was locked inside with a man who was either hunting a monster or was one himself. The sky had been a bruised purple for 2 days, a warning I knew as well as the lines on my own hand. On the 5th day of our strange vigil, the storm broke. It came not as a gentle snowfall, but as an all-out assault, a howling blizzard that descended upon the valley with the fury of a vengeful god. The wind shrieked like a banshee, tearing at the lodge and piling snow in monstrous drifts against the panoramic windows. Within an hour, the world outside was gone, erased by a churning vortex of white. The forest, the mountains, the sky itself, all had vanished. The isolation that had been a quiet, creeping dread was now a physical, suffocating presence. We were utterly cut off, marooned in a sea of snow and wind, a tiny island of warmth and light in an ocean of primordial chaos. The lodge, which had once felt like a grand, empty fortress, now seemed to shrink around us, its high ceilings and vast rooms becoming claustrophobic. The storm was a living thing, its moans and rattles echoing through the timber frame. Every gust of wind that slammed against the glass sounded like a fist. Every creak of the beams like a footstep in the attic. My nerves, already frayed from days of Thorne's psychological games, were stretched to their breaking point. The peripheral flickers I had been seeing in the forest seemed to have followed us inside. I'd catch a glimpse of a tall, spindly shadow in the reflection of a darkened window, or feel a sudden, inexplicable cold spot in the grand library as I passed through. I was a man who prided himself on his senses, on his ability to interpret the world around him with cold, hard logic. Now, my senses were betraying me, and the logic that had been my compass for 20 years was spinning wildly, unable to find true north. Thorne, for his part, seemed to be disintegrating before my eyes. The composed, eccentric academic was gone, replaced by a man haunted and hunted from within. He paced the length of the great room endlessly, his hands twisting together, his lips moving in silent, frantic conversation with himself. He would stop abruptly to stare into the fire, his eyes wide with a terror that had nothing to do with our physical predicament. He barely ate, and I doubt he slept at all. He was a man on the edge of a precipice, and the storm was the final push. The breaking point came on the second night of the blizzard. The generator, our only source of power, sputtered and died, plunging the lodge into a profound darkness broken only by the flickering light of the massive stone fireplace. The silence that followed the generator's death was somehow more deafening than the storm's roar. It was a heavy, expectant silence, thick with unspoken fear. "It's getting stronger," Thorne whispered, his voice a ragged, broken thing from across the room. He was a silhouette against the fire, a scarecrow made of tweed and terror. "The storm feeds it. The isolation. Our fear, that is its wine." "What is, Thorne?" I demanded, my voice harder than I intended. My patience had been scored away. "What the hell is out there? What are we really hunting?" He turned to face me, and in the dancing firelight, I saw that he was weeping. Tears carved glistening tracks through the grime on his face. "Out there." He gave a choked, hysterical laugh. "Oh, Arthur. Dear, practical Arthur. You still don't understand. The mistake you keep making is in the geography of the hunt. The predator isn't out there. It was never out there." He tapped a long, trembling finger against his temple. "It's in here." I stared at him, my mind refusing to process the words. "You're telling me this is all in your head? You dragged me to the most isolated place on Earth to hunt a figment of your imagination." "Not imagination," he corrected, his voice gaining a sliver of its former academic precision. "Creation. There is a difference. In my studies, my obsessive research into the occult and the untapped potential of human consciousness, I sought to understand the mechanics of belief. I stumbled upon ancient texts, Tibetan and esoteric, that spoke of the tulpa, a thought form, an entity manifested from pure, concentrated will." He began to pace again, his words spilling out in a torrent of confession. "I was arrogant. I believed I could control it. I decided to conduct an experiment. I would create the perfect predator, a being born from myth and nightmare. I meditated for months, years even. I built it piece by piece in the workshop of my mind. I gave it the stealth of a skin walker, the mimicry of a Wendigo, the soul-piercing eyes of the Mothman. I fed it with my encyclopedic knowledge of folklore, with my own deep-seated fears, with the full force of my intellect. I thought about it so intensely, for so long, that it woke up." He stopped and looked at me, his eyes pleading for me to understand. It became real, Arthur, not of flesh and blood, but real nonetheless. A psychic parasite, a monster made of my own belief. And it grew beyond my control. It developed its own consciousness, its own hunger. It became independent. And now, his voice dropped to a terrified whisper. It is hunting its creator. It wants to consume me, to take my place. The room was silent save for the crackling fire and the howl of the wind. I felt a coldness spread through my chest that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the chilling recognition of a truth far more terrifying than any bear or mountain lion. I wasn't here to hunt a mythical beast. I was here to be a weapon in a war being fought inside a madman's skull. Why me? I asked, my voice barely audible. Why hire a guide? Because of what you are, he exclaimed, stepping closer, his wild eyes boring into mine. You are not a man of wavering conviction. You are a man of immense will and singular focus. When you track an animal, you hold the image of that animal in your mind with absolute certainty. You believe in its path, its habits, its existence, without a shred of doubt. Your mind, Arthur, is a finely honed tool. Sharper than any knife, more accurate than any rifle. I didn't hire you for your tracking skills. I hired you for your mind. My own belief is tainted, poisoned by fear. It wavers. But you can believe in something with enough force to make it real. I don't need a guide, Arthur. I need an anchor. I need you to help me believe it can be killed. You are going to help me hunt my own idea. A sane man would have run. He would have barricaded himself in a room and waited for the storm to pass, leaving Thorn to his demons. But 20 years in the wilderness teaches you that sometimes the only way out is through. Running from a predator only triggers its instinct to chase. And standing before me was the most terrified man I had ever seen, hunted by a predator of his own design. Every instinct I had, honed over 2 decades of tracking and survival, screamed that this was a hunt like any other. The terrain was just different. The prey was just abstract. But the principles were the same. Find it, corner it, kill it. My life and whatever was left of Thorn's sanity depended on it. All right, I said, the single word cutting through his frantic energy. My voice was calm, steady. It was the voice I used to soothe panicked clients when a grizzly bear stumbled into our camp. Tell me what I have to do. Relief washed over Thorn's face, so potent it seemed to hold him upright. We don't have much time, he rasped, gesturing to 2 large armchairs on either side of the hearth. It knows we're planning to act against it. I can feel its resentment, its anger. We sat, the fire casting our shadows long and distorted on the wall behind us, making them dance like spectral puppets. The storm outside raged on, a fitting soundtrack for the battle to come. This will not be a physical fight, Arthur, Thorn explained, his voice low and intense, a coach preparing his athlete for the match of his life. The arena is the mind, your mind. I will guide you into a deep meditative state, a place of pure focus. Once there, you must do what you do best. You must hunt. He began to speak, his voice a rhythmic, hypnotic drone. He told me to close my eyes, to focus on my breathing, to feel the weight of my body in the chair. He guided me down, past the roaring storm, past the crackling fire, past the frantic beating of my own heart, into a place of profound stillness. The darkness behind my eyelids was no longer empty. It was a canvas. Now, Arthur, Thorn's voice whispered, seeming to come from inside my own head. Visualize the prey. Give it form. See it in this room with us. You must believe in it. Believe in it with every fiber of your being. You cannot hunt what you do not believe to be real. I reached into the recesses of my mind, pulling forth the fleeting, peripheral images I'd seen in the forest, the shadows that had haunted the corners of the lodge. I stitched them together with the nightmares from Thorne's drawings and every primal fear I'd ever known. A form began to coalesce in the darkness of my mind, and then, impossibly, in the space between our chairs. It was a thing of shifting shadows and mismatched parts, a college of terror. It had the lean, starved torso of a wolf, but its limbs were too long, jointed like a spider's. Great, leathery wings, like those of a bat, sprouted from its back, tattered and useless in the confines of the room. But the worst part was its head. It had no face, no features, only a single, glowing eye, the color of a dying ember, that pulsed with ancient malice and a terrifying, familiar intelligence. It was Thorne's intelligence, twisted into something predatory and alien. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of dread. A low growl echoed, not in the room, but in my skull. It was here. We had made it manifest. Good. Thorne breathed, his voice trembling with a mixture of terror and triumph. Now we hunt. All your skills, Arthur. All your experience. Turn it inward. Visualize the trap. A cage of your own will. Make it real. This was the hardest thing I have ever done. The creature fought back, not with claws or teeth, but with thoughts. It flooded my mind with images of failure, with every mistake I'd ever made on a hunt, every client I'd nearly lost. It showed me my own death, frozen and alone in a blizzard just like this one. It used my own logic against me, whispering that this was all nonsense, a delusion brought on by stress and isolation. I fought back with the only weapons I had, my will and my experience. I ignored the phantoms and focused on the hunt. In my mind's eye, I was no longer in the lodge. I was in the forest. My forest. I used my knowledge of the terrain to outmaneuver it. I saw the creature as a mountain lion, and I knew how a lion thinks. It would seek high ground, a place to observe. I cut off its escape routes, using deadfalls of pure thought and snares of focused intent. I drove it from the shadows, forcing it into the open space of my consciousness. I was the tracker, and this was my territory. I cornered it. I saw it lashing out, its shadowy form dissolving and reforming, trying to find an escape. I built the cage around it, bar by mental bar. I used the memory of every steel trap I had ever set, the strength of every knot I had ever tied. I forged a prison of pure belief, a cage of absolute certainty, and slammed the door shut. I had it. It was trapped, raging silently inside my mind. I have it, I gasped, my eyes flying open. The room was empty, but the pressure, the sheer malevolence was still there, contained. Thorne was a wreck, drenched in sweat, his face pale as bone. He held a small, wicked-looking obsidian knife.
Hold it, Arthur! For the love of God, hold it!
Do not let your concentration break. While I wrestled with the psychic entity, holding the bars of my mental cage in place, with every ounce of my will, Thorne began a brutal ritual of unmaking. He chanted in a language I did not recognize, the words guttural and ancient. He carved symbols into his own flesh with the obsidian blade, his blood dripping onto the floorboards. It was a psychic exorcism, a desperate, violent severing of the link between creator and creation. He was killing his own child, born of hubris and fear. The pressure in my head intensified to an unbearable degree. The creature screamed, a soundless, soul, shattering shriek of pure agony and rage. The lights in the lodge flickered on and off, and books flew from the shelves. It was the death throe of an idea, the final violent collapse of a thought, formed too powerful to exist. Then, silence. The room was still. The storm outside seemed to quiet, its fury spent. The oppressive presence that had suffocated us for days was gone. It was over. Eris Thorne was slumped in his chair, the knife fallen from his limp hand, weeping with the shuddering, gut-wrenching sobs of a man who has stared into the abyss and somehow survived. I had succeeded, but the victory cost me everything. To hunt a thought, form, to trap it and hold it, you have to believe in it completely. You have to accept its reality on a fundamental level. And once you open that door in your mind, you can never fully close it again. I left that lodge a different man. The helicopter pilot who came to retrieve us a day later said, I looked like I had seen a ghost. He was wrong. I had seen something far worse. I can no longer trust my own perceptions. I see shadows in the periphery of my vision, not just in the forest, but in the sterile hallways of this place. What is real? What is a thought I've given too much power? Are all the monsters in the world real? Or are they just ideas that someone, somewhere, believed in a little too hard? They tell me I'm sick, that I have a form of shared psychotic disorder. They say I share delusions with another patient here. A man named Thorne who was found wandering in the mountains, incoherent and covered in self-inflicted wounds. But I know better. I'm not sick. I'm just a hunter who finally saw the true face of his quarry and realized, to his horror, that it was his own.